beautiful Monday morning. Back to the circle of death. Might be a good thing that nobody's here. I thought we were going to be over in Valders. Oh, we're going to be actually in St. Nazianz. Oh, this could be a little struggling. We'll see. morning. Today's going to be a little difficult because of the location that we're going to be at, but we're hoping the stream will stay up. I don't currently have TTS going because me and Fry were messing around with a whole bunch of stuff and I didn't reconnect it. So I'll have to do that once I get to the job site after unloading the trailer. And then I messed up the notification for scheduling, so nobody knew I was going live. So it's fun. And it looks like the mic's a little loud. So I may have to back that down a bit. We were trying different. And we should be back. Yeah, hooking up the new glasses to the phone broke TTS, and so we had to figure out a way to get that back working. And then I was connecting to different servers, and I gotta actually go up just a little bit further. Wrong entrance, wrong road. So yeah, lots of testing.
In 1 mile, turn right onto Highway C.
So I feel like the microphone's really loud right now. Can somebody confirm that? Again, I stayed up way too late last night. But I've got a lot of cool things to show you guys as long as the stream stays good over in this area, because we're almost to the job site.
At the next stop sign, turn left. At the stop sign, turn left onto South 4th Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn right onto Church Street. Turn right onto Church Street, then the destination is on your right.
Oh, are we doing the gas station here? Okay. You said we were doing a gas station. I didn't realize it was this one. Ah, Jesus Christ. Missed a gear.
The destination is on your right. Arrived.
Alright, looks like we got a pretty decent connection, so we'll be able to stream from here. I got to go out and get the equipment hooked up, or unhooked. So let me see if I can fix TTS real quick before I go out. Alright, TTS should work, hopefully.
Eric says, test.
There we go. So we got TTS working, back working.
Eric says, test 2.
There we go. So we got TTS working. Okay, I gotta go unload the trailer, and I'll be right back. So we can give people room to come in and out, you know, to be able to park here. We're gonna bring it probably over the phone.
At night but says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Fun, fun, fun.
At Ray Bowdro 17 says, good morning Eric.
Yeah. There's one box, and then I'll come grab the other one. Yeah. Good morning, Ray. Here we go. Oh, tired. So, we're working in St. Nazianz today, and this is where we used to be based out of. So, we don't want to leave the trailer on the side of the road, so we're going to take it just up the block. And park it somewhere close. So, question, just looking at what I'm seeing, it looks like the microphone's very loud. It's picking up a lot of the background. Do I need to turn it down, guys, or does it sound good, or?
Fry says, Mark is good so far.
Okay. We'll go with that. Morning fry. Yeah, notifications got all messed up. TTS wasn't working right out of the gate. Definitely had to do some screwing around to get everything working. That's a really old, that's like the second paver we had when I first got here, when I first started working here. Is that one that's in front of us, right there. So like I said, I got the AI glasses in that I can stream from. Mixed review. We're kind of don't know if we love them or if we hate them. They're definitely not as polished as I would like them to be. That's one thing I can say about them. It's a lot of messing around to get it to get them working. All right, I got to drop the trailer right back or right off. I'll be right back. Have fun with TTS. Okay, we back. So I can hear we got a random air leak, so we'll have to play mechanic today.
Fry says, BRB need to cut the house over to solar.
Okay. There's our hard, dedicated workers. Yeah, it looks like we're not going to be working on Kick and Twitch today. I thought we were going to be able to, but that doesn't look like that's going to happen. Not the end of the world. Aye, Fry.
Fry says, okay, back.
Yeah, now I'm not liking this TTS. I think we're going to have to change it. Or this voice. Karen's needs to go bye-bye. Karen, no good. Let's see.
This is your chat speaking. Listen carefully.
Let's try Nikki. We'll try Nikki for TTS for a little while. See if she sounds a little better.
Fry says, 16:9 video with lots of bridges made of glowing crystals that the camera goes under and the video is highly saturated.
Doesn't sound too bad. Not too bad of a TTS. Oh.
Fry says, it's better.
You think so? Okay.
Reset successful. The camera is restarting. Please wait. Please use the app for Wi-Fi configuration. Please use the app for Wi-Fi configuration. The device is connected to the network.
Okay, we're gonna test something real quick. I don't have any Velcro today, but gonna have to fix that. Let's see. Settings, video settings. Why did that work? Is it disconnected? Okay, now it's disconnected. So now, once I get a piece of Velcro, I'll have this camera that I can set up that's a remote cam. Oh, why is that disconnecting again? That's crazy. It's upside down. Okay. Whoa, what the fuck? He literally threw me for a fucking loop. Yeah, I muted because the boss came up to me. Alright, so I'm going to have to figure out how to stabilize the connection on this security camera because it's very unstable in this mode. So let me try turning on my hotspot. then let's try connecting the camera through the hotspot instead. See if that works a little bit better.
Super Salty says, tell boss to FO.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's the boss. Let's see. So we got to switch over to the hotspot temporarily. So I can connect the camera. Yeah. Well, it gave me a heart attack. He tipped the fucking.
Super Salty says, boss nearly gave us a heart attack.
He tipped the skidster right into the truck. He had too much load on there, and he ended up tipping the frickin' skidster into the truck. That's where I was sitting here saying, "What the fuck?" That scared the shit out of me. That literally scared the living shit out of me.
Please use the app for Wi-Fi configuration. The device is connected to the network.
Super Salty says, taking stuff out of the back of loader.
We're digging up the asphalt, and he's loading up the back of the truck. And there was a little bit of a ramp because I was parked on the physical street, and he picked up too big of a piece because he doesn't break up the stuff into small pieces like he should, and got over center on the weight and tipped into the truck. Which was definitely not good.
Super Salty says, I can run that spreader box.
Yeah? You want to come work here? Okay, let's see if we can get this to work a little bit better. Holy shit, man.
Super Salty says, we have to break everything into 2-foot or smaller pieces or we get charged a surplus price at the recycling places.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know why. It's because it's easier. That's why. I'm sitting here saying I don't know why. I know exactly why. Okay. Let's see if that's a better, appears to be a better connection. So let's switch back over to the camera real quick. See how that ends up working. Looks like I gotta flip the camera.
Super Salty says, I'm doing asphalt patch where we crossed a street today. Small trench, using a wire plate.
Alright. So that seems to be a little bit more stable.
Driveway crossing, not actually a street.
So the idea is hopefully I'll be able to stick this on some Velcro, and then you guys will be able to see stuff without me having to take the phone and move it. So that's one thing me and Fry were working on today. For right now, because I don't have, I'm gonna flip the camera. I'm just gonna hang it out the window. Try to make this. Hi.
Super Salty says, I see the big pieces he is loading.
Yep. Yeah, problem is I didn't bring any Velcro, so
Fry says, cool view.
I'll definitely have to bring some Velcro. Let's see. That's not perfect, but
Super Salty says, is that a deer?
that'll work for now. Yeah, it's a New Holland.
New Holland.
Lost the connection again. Yeah, not sure why that camera keeps disconnecting. I mean, it should be staying up. I don't get it. Oh, that's not happy. Okay, so Okay.
Super Salty says, green screen.
Yeah, having that camera on the hotspot, I didn't realize disconnected the Wi-Fi from the phone, which then disconnected part of the disconnected everything from the internet. So yeah, just we're trying different things to try to make stuff cool for you guys. You know, it's amazing when you test stuff. When you test stuff at your house, things work completely different. Then you get out into the real world, and it's just like,
Please use the app for Wi-Fi configuration.
you know, then things don't work the same.
The device is connected to the network.
Yeah, it's cool that I can do this with this camera, but it's not staying stable. It's not staying connected stably.
Frey says, testing and tuning.
Testing and tuning, yeah.
Wi-Fi connection is successful. Finding successful. Thanks for choosing Girafin.
Now if I can just figure out how to keep the camera's connection stable, we'd be good. Now I gotta go back here again. Go to ingest. Change the IP address again. Yeah, I've been telling him this for frickin' years that he needs to break those pieces up, but there's not much you can do. That, you know, when they won't listen, they won't listen. It just is what it is. You can only yell into the wind so much. Okay. We'll take another shot on this camera and see what happens. See if we can keep it going a little longer without it crashing. There we go. See if it wants to stay stable. You know, the hotspot's the newest one.
Does your hotspot have the CPU power to handle the load of that new cam?
I mean, the hotspot's a brand new AT&T M7, so it should in theory be able to do it. Just annoying that it keeps disconnecting.
Says, probably breaking up when it hits the floor of dump bed.
Yeah. Well, it's probably also trying to send data out to the internet instead of just streaming locally.
It says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you. At the Gawker guy says, have they perfected a panoramic view camera yet?
Like a 360 cam, probably. This is the best I can do today without Velcro. It'd be a little bit more stable, wouldn't be so shaky, because it's just hanging in the wind basically. I don't know why the mic switched over to the glasses. The glasses aren't even powered on right now. Hey, the go-kart guy. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. By the way, thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. So AT&T is doing most of the work today. 71%. 12 on the Wi-Fi and only like 10 on the cellular. So definitely the AT&T is kicking it. Not when I'm getting loaded, because it's got enough reach to get in there. This truck, unfortunately, when they built it, the tires rub on the box when the suspension's dumped. So if I have to move quick, I'm pretty much stuck till I air the suspension back up. Well, seeing how AT&T seems to be the service of the time, I'm going to switch the main phone over to AT&T also. See if we get a little bit more even stream. There we go. See if we can share the bandwidth between the two AT&T connections. Yeah, this truck originally wasn't a dump truck. It was an over-the-road truck. So the frame's not quite as tall as a frame that you would have on a regular dump truck. So when they put the box on, they didn't think about the axle coming up as high and touching the box. So definitely not a good situation. So yeah, the camera shaking and stuff is unfortunately because I don't have any Velcro to pin the camera down so it doesn't move. But we will pick some up tonight. Now we just got to figure out how to mount this to the back of the truck, or I've got another one like this. I don't know why I lost TTS. Let me try doing some switching real quick. Oh, that's why. There we go. We should have TTS back. Yeah, getting those glasses, man, when they connect up to everything, they screw everything up. It is definitely a pain.
Super Salty says, plus I was a grade checker and underground grading foreman for Big Nerd Spreads.
Gotcha.
Eric says, test.
Yeah, so connect.
Super Salty says, BBL.
Yeah. So yeah, with these new smart glasses, they're kind of a pain. There's a lot of bugs in the software to get them to connect and do what they're supposed to do, and it doesn't save settings, so it's not like I can just pick them up and go. There's a lot of screwing around I have to do to get them to function correctly. So it's not a quick and easy process, unfortunately. Which hopefully they'll fix with some software updates, but I was really hoping it was going to be a little bit more polished of a product right from the get-go. Especially with as much as they're charging for them. When we get back, I might try to actually connect them to the setup, because you can see it takes them a little while to dig out. So I got a lot of time to screw around and do testing. Oh, yeah, might as well test this too real quick. Jesus Christ. Try not to swear. All right, time to go. Time to go. Now I gotta see if that broke the audio again. No, audio's still, so TTS should still be working.
At the Gardner guy says, road trip.
Yeah, well, we're not going very far. Where we're dumping is actually in the same city as where we are. So, but when we get back, we're gonna try to connect these glasses. Which is a pain. But at least the cameras seem to be stable. The side view camera or whatever. So that's a good thing, I guess.
The got her guy says, sure beats the road views in LA.
Yeah. Yeah, so the problem is when the glasses would connect, it would take over the audio from the phone, so only I could hear TTS. So I had to do a lot of testing and screwing around to figure out how to keep the audio. So we went analog for all intents and purposes. So I got a Y splitter that lets me direct audio to the car stereo, and another connection that I can plug my external mic into. So for all intents and purposes, the phone just thinks that we're connected to a headset. It doesn't realize that the speaker audio is going to a car stereo and the mic audio is coming from a remote mic. And being that it's a hardwired connection, I was able to force it to come off of Bluetooth, because whatever device I was using for Bluetooth was taking priority, which originally I had the car stereo, but as soon as the mic would kick in, it would take it away from the car stereo, so we had no TTS. So yeah, kind of a pain. Lots of testing this weekend. Hello everybody. We also are trying this new little face tracking feature, so it doesn't take up quite as much of the screen. So hopefully you guys like it. I don't know how well it's gonna track my face versus the other setup where the screen was a little wider. But we'll roll this for a little while and we'll see what happens. Yeah, but it seems like it pops me out of frame.
Looks cool.
I don't know, with me bouncing around as much as I do, I just don't know if it's going to keep me in frame.
Looks good.
Wow, it zoomed in there for a second like it was trying to look up my nose hairs. So I'm anticipating that we're going to be doing asphalt actually today, not tear out. And the question is where are we going for asphalt? So we are literally right on the edge of that dead zone that killed us on the very first stream since we'd been back. So that's part of why we're struggling a little bit and having a few more digital breaks, because St. Nazianz is literally right on the edge of that crappy cell area. So I think I'll just keep you guys on this camera. Should be able to see what's going on, and I will try to get these glasses working. I'm not going to hook up the specialty cable and all that right now, because I'm not anticipating running these very long. Okay. And then there it took over the microphone. Now we're back to headphones. Let's see if it took over. Yeah, it took over TTS. Now we're back to TTS working. So that should be good. Let's see. So I gotta come out of this app. I gotta go to the Metro app. Swipe this over. I gotta temporarily pause the live. Alright, so I got to temporarily pause the live for a second. So I'm going to set you guys to the be right back screen, and I'll get these glasses connected, and I'll be right back. Hello everybody, I should be back. Yeah, the glasses did not want to play fair, so I'm gonna try something else. It was not playing fair. So as much as I want it to work, we'll just have to see what happens.
Eric says, hello.
Alright, so we got TTS working again. I got him. I ain't seen you with glasses before. I muted the mic for a minute because the boss was coming in to the truck to give me directions. Yeah, it's very finicky. Well, I appreciate everybody that stayed while I'm trying to figure this out. So Fry, you're sure that my mic isn't too hot? Because I'm looking at the meter and it just seems like I got a lot of volume. More so than before. Okay. It's a bit hot.
Epic Gawker guy says, sounds good here.
Okay.
Frey says, it's a bit hot.
Yeah, it looks a little hot. We'll drop it down to -4 again, like we had been running it. We boosted it because initially it was, I don't know, it was doing some stupid stuff. It was like the stream was super quiet. Okay, finally, we got the glasses connected here. So the glasses are connected. Let's see, device info. That is not the IP address. Okay, so now I got to figure out what the IP address is for the glasses. When I said it's fiddly to get these damn things to connect, I was not kidding. Yeah, the audio looks a little bit better to me. They've got a camera in them. So basically you get a POV of whatever I'm looking at.
Epic Gawker guy says, I missed something. What do the glasses do?
So yeah, that's what they do. So basically, like if I have to jump out of the truck,
Guy says, cool.
So if I have to jump out of the truck and look at something or work on something and the glasses are connected, I can do some POV shots of what I'm doing hands-free. Or if I'm looking at a mirror, you know. So when like I'm backing up because I got no backup camera, I could go like this. And if I'm seeing stuff in the mirror, you guys should see what I'm seeing. That's the idea. Okay, so go over to ingest, RTMP server. Okay. So now, yeah, I'm trying to make this stream cool. So it's just a definite pain. I'm not hooking up the cable. Normally when I got a stream, I've got to hook up the cable, which then I got to hook up a battery pack, and we're gonna rock this. We're just gonna try rocking this. So RT. So we're not going to keep the cameras on for long, but so here's to hoping everything works. This is working. Boss wants me to get out and take a look at something, so I will be back in a few minutes. Just got to see. He thinks that the roller's broken again. Something I had to fix about a couple years ago. So I'll be back to tinker with this in a few minutes. Back to tinkering. I forgot my little necklace that I can put this on, so I'm having to use the magnet that comes with it. Alright, let's see if we can get these frickers. It's almost there. I almost got them connecting. Not quite there yet. There we go. So, glasses. There we go. Like I said, very finicky. We're still on the audio for the microphone. And then I should be able to do this to watch the percentage of battery on the microphone.
At the Gawker guy says, wow.
Cool beans, thank you. So yeah, the idea is to give you guys the ability to have a POV. As you can see, the battery's down to 92%. I'm not sure if you guys can see that because the resolution's not the greatest. They said that these were going to do 1080p, and they're not. They're not transmitting at 1080p. Also, a slight problem I've noticed is that I'm sitting perfectly level, and it looks like my head's tilted to the right, in my opinion.
At the Gawker guy says, there's my panoramic view.
Yeah, I'm going to try getting out of the truck and seeing if this brakes. See if it stays stable. So if it goes to shit, I don't know about it. Turn the truck off real quick. That way you guys don't have to listen to that crap. There we go. Yeah, it seems like you can only stream with these if you got the cord hooked up. So let me get the cord going again, and we'll see what we can do. It definitely seems like they only work, or they only stream well if they're connected to external power. Okay, so we'll give it a try again. But was it? Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't have the video set up so I could monitor the stream. So unfortunately, I didn't know. I don't know how long it stayed up, but we will try. We will try to do that, and then let's see. Yeah, we're still on headphones, so that's good. So let's connect the glasses real quick to the tether, and then I grabbed another battery pack. So let me grab that. Where did I put that other battery pack? Jesus Christ. Okay, so now we got the glasses on a battery pack. Let's see if we can get that stream going again. So, at least was it cool while it was working?
I just ordered you a card.
Frey says, yes, way cool.
I had to mute again. The boss is getting annoying. He's coming over to the truck too much. I'm just kidding. Oh, yeah, TTS it was turned off because I shut the truck off. I forgot.
And
Yeah, our TTS. Yeah.
at the Gawker guy says, even shakes my seat here when things shake there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Okay, so it was Jesus Christ. Let's see if we can get this to set up again. Every time I connect it, I gotta punch in all the login info because for whatever reason it doesn't save it. I contacted the manufacturer and I'm like, hey, this is not cool. It's not cool that this isn't working. Okay. So we're back. Camera's back. Glasses. Okay, so we're back to glasses. And then hopefully, let me see if I can, glasses are still on. We'll pull up YouTube.
Choctaw County says, been with you a while, just got on chat. Good day.
Good day. Okay. So we got the volume turned down on that. Okay, we're gonna go outside. We're gonna see if we can stay. At least now I'm monitoring the stream, so I'll have a little bit of a clue what happens. And we're on a battery pack, so hopefully yeah, you guys can't hear TTS when I'm out of the truck because TTS is over the speakers. I'm gonna try moving the hotspot up onto the dash. See if that helps a little bit.
Says, choppy.
Yeah. Tried moving the hotspot. See if that helps. Still choppy, huh? Yeah. Definitely seems like the transmitter and the glasses can't do a lot of power. So if I get too far away from the hot spot, the video just goes to crap. And it still looks a little choppy to me too. I don't know. Looks a little bit better. I don't know. What's your guys' opinion? I mean, Fry's seen the video capabilities of these before.
At the Gawker guy says, trial and error.
Yeah. Trying to make you guys some cool stuff. You know, have all the cool techie stuff. To me, it still looks kind of like a security cam feed, like it's not pumping out full bandwidth, like it's not at 30 frames per second, in my opinion. Seems like the frames per second is low.
At the Gawker guy says, inside truck looks good.
Yeah. Now, the idea was I wanted to be able to go outside the truck. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to make how to make that happen. May have to take the hotspot with me, or when we go dump this, I'll run the glasses if they stay up, just for shits and giggles. Oh, it looks like we're not at the full bandwidth either. We're only transferring from the glasses at 1 megabit. It's supposed to be 3. I'm gonna back here real quick. I don't know why I keep switching microphones when I switch sources. I'll try see
At
if
the Gawker guy says, big camera mounted on head maybe.
yeah. Let's see if I didn't forget a setting. Megabits. Okay. There, we're moving the type of data we should be. Okay. So let's see how glitchy that looks. Now we're cranking out a lot more bandwidth. It was supposed to be at 3 megs, it was at 1. Yeah. I mean, that was the thing.
Guy says, nice.
I mean, that was the thing. I was trying to do more of a stealthy, you know, just put on glasses and put the feet up. That was the idea, you know, make it simple. I was trying to make it as simple as possible because I figured, well, I'll just put the glasses on and then you guys got a POV and my hands are free and I can just do what I need to do versus getting like a GoPro and strapping on my head and looking funny with a GoPro on my head. But honestly, I'm thinking about just getting an action cam that I can put on my chest. Unfortunately, I'm stuck with these glasses because I didn't read it at the time, but they have a zero return policy. So, not overly happy about that. Yeah, I just thought it'd be cool to possibly have this setup. And these are the first glasses that actually can live stream, so they can live stream directly to YouTube. What was it? I probably can't get into it right now. I think it's YouTube, Twitch, a couple of them, a couple of different services. So. So yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to look driving. I don't think this is going to be the camera view for driving. But it's an interesting perspective. At least you guys know what I'm looking at. And how much I'm getting bounced around. You guys get to go bouncy with me. All right, time to go. All right, we'll drive. We're going to drive over and we'll see how this experience is for you guys. Now you guys fully understand when I sit here and I say I get bounced around in the truck. Hopefully you guys have all taken your motion sickness pills. Thrill ride, yeah. Yeah, I forgot when I restart the truck, I gotta turn the volume back up on the car stereo. It's definitely a unique perspective.
Choctaw County says, bounce vision.
Hey, it's my POV. I mean, this is how much my head is moving. You guys are in for the full experience of, this is about as virtual as you can get driving truck. I mean, you guys are experiencing exactly what my head does.
Choctaw County says, funny.
Oh, I get you. Oh no, I'm pretty sure I'm bouncing that much. You guys might think you're bouncing less than me or more than me. But remember, these are attached to my face. You're seeing everything I see. You're getting the bounce vision.
And the Gawker guy says, we need seat belts.
Strap in for the ride. I mean, it's something different. I'm definitely not going to stream like this all the time, but I'm just saying, for just some unique footage, it's kind of cool to be able to do this.
And the Gawker guy says, I like it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure people would get sick after a while. But it's a unique camera angle. That's the idea. Oh yeah, I forgot. I dumped the suspension. So yeah, now we're hooked up with a cable. So we got a cable hooked up to a battery pack, and yeah, they seem a lot more stable when they're hooked up. If they're running off the battery, they get a little bit more stupid. Okay, let's go get some asphalt. Welcome to my world, POV style. We are POVing. I gotta stop and think for a second here. So
At the Gawker guy says, just work on outside coverage.
Yeah. I already bought these, so we're gonna use them here and there. I just gotta get the connection more stable outside the truck.
Adigo Cleveland says, hi Eric, John from Cleveland.
Hi, John from Cleveland. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. We gotta drive around that freaking. Probably should have gone the other way. We're gonna take the long way. We're gonna try to drive around this bad cell area. Because unfortunately, the fastest route to the asphalt plant would be right through it. But I actually want to try to do this for a little bit. And if you guys get too nauseous, let me know and I'll switch off the glasses and we'll go back to a normal cam view. I just kind of want to see if it stays up without crashing, so I can review the video later. So the connection for the glasses is stable. This is the cell service that's blinking out. So if it looks a little grainy and stuff, that's why it is. So we had lost the connection to the glasses.
At night it says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yeah. I gotta get it more stable, I
The
think.
Gawker guy says, occasional classes would be good, maybe not while driving so much.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling. I was waiting for somebody to sit here and tell me to tap out on them. I kind of figured you guys were not going to enjoy that too much. But you don't know if you don't try. You guys just like that image stabilized picture. That's what you guys like. Which is all good.
And the Gopher guy says, faster, 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 whoopee.
Guess this guy wasn't happy.
And the Gopher guy says, there's that bad area.
Yeah. Well, we had disconnected from the Wi-Fi too. I don't know why. So we weren't on the hotspot. So that doesn't help. So we lost 2 of our connections. Yeah, for some reason the hotspot dropped out, so we lost. So we've got the cell connection, and then we've got the hotspot and the other phone for connection. And when the hotspot disconnected, we lost two of the other internet connections that helps to keep the stream a little bit more stable. Why that happened. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to remember that when I'm anywhere near St. Nazianz that it's just gonna be a day we're not gonna stream. Very windy today. Getting trucks getting blown around quite a bit. Yeah, I pretty much watch these streams every night to kind of take mental notes on what's working, what's not working. What needs to be adjusted and tweaked.
The Gawker guy says, could you remind us about when you might be streaming?
Pretty much every Monday through Friday, between starting at about anywhere from 7:30 to 8:30 in the morning, and then running till the day's done, which so just to as late as 6:30 on average. So we've got a really wide gap, but pretty much any Monday through Friday. Unless I find out I'm going to be in this dead zone area, I'm going to stop punishing you guys with this bad cell service area. So that's the plan. had found a really cool setup that allowed me to stream to Rumble, and then Rumble was restreaming to all the other services. But for whatever reason, on Rumble the audio was perfect, but any service it streamed out to, the audio was just garbage. So that was really disappointing, because that would have made the setup a little less complicated. So what did everybody do this weekend? Anything fun?
Choctaw County says, around the house here.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was working on getting all this stuff functional. Testing a whole bunch of different
And the Gopher guy
methods.
says, selling as swap meets as usual.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I haven't been to a swap meet since pretty much since I moved away from Milwaukee. They've got a really big one on 7 Mile Road called 7 Mile Fair. And I used to like to go there because there was a guy that sold a whole bunch of specialty tools, and another guy that sold nothing but Craftsman. But the nice thing is he sold the Craftsman stuff. It was like the original Craftsman. It wasn't the junk Craftsman they got now. And he sold it pretty cheap, so you could always get a really good deal on it. I already know what Fry was doing. He was helping me pretty much all weekend. We've got another little option. I set it up with Fry. Fry's got a radio station that he broadcasts.
Fry says, yep.
Yep. Called Tricks FM. And I can actually stream that into the truck. So we may turn that on for a little bit. Just for shits and giggles.
And the Gopher guy says, about ready to start loading knickknacks again today for tomorrow. I saw odds and ends. Cleaning junk collected over 60 years.
Gotcha. Oh, by the way, Fry, one of those iPhone 5Cs actually did come back to life. So I ended up putting the other one on the same charging cord. So it'll be interesting to see if that one comes back too. Not that I have a clue what I'm going to do with them, but let's put some Tricks FM on for a little bit. Let's see. Widgets. Tricks FM. Let's see how loud this is.
Frey says, cool.
This is not a going song. It's a love song. A magic song. Do you see what I am saying?
Cool loud phones with headphone jacks.
Yeah.
Tricks FM.
So, unfortunately, the audio for Tricks FM comes through the same audio as TTS, and it's very hot audio. Too bad I can't get Fry to turn the volume down a little bit. No, I didn't want to come here. I forgot I wanted to go straight. I forgot where I was going. Funny never. Well, because then I could turn the volume up on the... Then I could turn the volume back up on the radio and not be blasting Tricks FM so loud. Because it is a very hot audio stream.
Thanks you for your tiny spark. How could he see where to go if you did not twinkle so?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the question is that could you run like IcyCast to do a separate stream for me with a lower volume? You know, pick off the source. You know, that I'd have my own private connections. I've never really listened to Tricks FM, so this is a first time experience for me. So one of the reasons we're listening to Tricks FM is because it's all Fry's music, so I won't get a copyright infringement and a strike on my channel.
Not as a tactic, not as a strategy, but because it is their nature. When someone is genuinely kind, without any thought of what they'll get in return, their presence feels light, effortless, like a cool breeze on a hot day. It refreshes you. It brightens the moment. And you don't quite know why, but you feel it. Now, this is not because they have discovered some grand philosophy, or because they are working very hard to be virtuous. It is because they have seen how difficult life can be. They know suffering. They know loneliness. And from that understanding grows a very simple wisdom, that to be kind, even in small ways, is to relieve the burden we all carry. So the finest presence, if we may put it that way, comes from those who are not performing, not scheming, but simply living in harmony with this truth, that we are all in the end companions on the same road. And when you see that clearly, kindness is not something you do, it is simply what you are.
Alright, cool beans. Because, yeah, it sucks I gotta turn the audio down on the radio so far that you guys can't hear TTS.
Are you here for good? You know I would.
You're locked in with Tricks FM. Our vinyl is just a little bit warped. Deal with it. Does that capture the energy?
Est-ce que non,
This is a very special crystal. He's a happy man blue crystal with eyes, arms, and legs. And this is his best friend, the hot pink female crystal.
Hey Betsy, good to see you too. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat.
Some were purple, some were yellow, orange and red, but they didn't have any eyes or limbs. They were just standing there like statues. The blue crystal said, hey, let's go say hi. But the pink crystal was too shy. She hid behind the blue one as they walked up to the statues.
Cool beans. Met in Hagerstown, gotcha. I kind of wish that YouTube had a way that, like, people could have their faces on there, so I could, like, see who I'm talking to and be like, oh yeah, I remember you.
So he just put his arm around the pink crystal shoulder and walked away. They never spoke to the other crystals again.
Good morning, Brett. Oh, it sounds.
Like, subscribe, share.
Sounds like Fry turned the volume down for me. Maybe.
Yes, yes.
Oh, maybe not. Oh, May the 4th be with you. Yeah, I didn't even think about today's May 4th.
License, no.
Oh. Well, then this track is a little quieter.
Virus and threat protection, manners setting.
working on a new station.
I will work on a new screen.
Yeah. Yeah. We're 74 today, according to the truck. Yeah, copy that. Right. I gotta mute this for a second. Got a phone call coming in.
Haha, we swapped temperatures from last week. We're at the temps you guys were last week. It's supposed to go way, way up.
If you really love me, you wouldn't make me dance. If you stepped into my mind, you'd see we're not the same. Dance. No, 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 no. Dance. Oh, dance, oh, dance.
Bryce says, hey at Bright Boil.
So I guess we're not grabbing asphalt yet. We're going to go out to Keel Sand and Gravel, and we're going to pick up a load of road gravel because that asphalt was so thick. That'll be fun. Gotcha. 74 years old. So hit bumps while I ride with you. Gotcha. Alright, we're going to give Trix FM a break real quick. Pretty sure you guys would rather listen to TTS. And unfortunately, I gotta turn it down so much. Jesus Christ. Come on. There we go. I gotta turn TTS down so much because it's so much quieter than the than Tricks. At least with this setup. Wind is crazy. Just look at how those flags are moving. Even in a big truck like this, it's blowing me all over the road. Oh yeah, we're about to hit another dead zone. So this should be interesting. Plymouth, a major city, does not have good cell service, which is crazy.
Tundra V8 4x4 for tomorrow's birthday. I hope those engines are good.
Well, that's kind of cool. Somebody gave you a vehicle. Tundra. Depends on the year, I think. 2002. Yeah, that should be a good year. I don't think they started having problems until the newer engines.
Frey says, yes, I do live in Mexico. Texas is getting bad at red oil. I need to learn Spanish just so I can take care of my neighbors. At the Gawker guy says, 216,000 miles now.
Yeah. This is a wild day. So we're gonna We're gonna pick up some gravel. We're gonna stop at the Quick Trip, fill up the truck with fuel, with go-go juice. I'm gonna probably grab a couple of hot dogs. But on an exciting note, I'm down a few pounds. So that's good.
Choctaw County says, "Good job, Eric." And the Gawker guy says, "No corn dogs."
I like corn dogs, but you know, I'm trying to cut the carbs. So, you know, I eat the hot dogs just as hot dogs, no buns. You know, I really got it a little on the heavy side. You know, I'm not happy with where I was on my weight. And year before, I'd gotten down pretty damn close to my goal weight. So I'm just really focusing on counting the calories and staying away from a lot of the carbs and stuff like that, because that seemed to pretty much work. Pretty much for all intents and purposes, I'm doing the carnivore diet. You know, the big thing is I still, because my job's not very, even though I'm bouncing around and, you know, it uses a little bit of core, I guess, you know, having to keep myself from falling over. It's not a very physically demanding job. I mean, it's physically abusive. I mean, you guys finally got the POV of what it's like. And I mean, you guys can see the camera, but it's also kind of tracking my head. So I don't know how much you're actually seeing my head bounce in that little view. That little viewfinder, but let's see. I mean, it zooms in, it zooms out. I don't know. Definitely gonna be an early night tonight, though. I was supposed to catch up on sleep over the weekend, and yeah, that didn't happen. I got the new AI glasses, and it took me pretty much all weekend to try to figure out how to get them somewhat stable. And it's kind of crazy because when I did a test video, I just had two phones, and I went to Walmart and you know, the whole 9 yards, and they didn't drop out the entire time. So it's kind of crazy that they just decided they were going to drop out here. But I guess having the internet drop, I guess, affected it. But tonight is definitely going to be an early night tonight. I mean, it's only almost noon, and I'm tired. long as we're not in the circle of death when it comes to data, we're good. Tired.
The Gawker guy says, funny, everyone know about the circle of death.
Yeah. There's a lot of areas out here, you know, right here by the quarry is another dead spot. Switch over to T-Mobile again. See if that's got better data. Buffer a little bit while we switch over.
Bright Royal says, well, it did used to be Mexico, so it makes sense it's going to still have a fair-sized population of those people there. They moved up and down the West Coast for generations before US existed. The Gawker guy says, love the scenery.
Yeah.
The Gawker guy says, don't see much good scenery here out here.
Gotcha. There we go. Everything kind of had to reset itself when I switched cellular connections. Probably should have done that. even want to know how bad the stream looks right now. Not all of them. Not all of them. It's just we're on the edge of that circle of death area.
The Gawker guy says, fun on an ADV. Advocator guy says, done already? Advocator guy says, they use those shipping containers for everything, even houses.
I forgot I had you guys muted.
Advocator guy
Thanks for
says,
telling me.
no sound, but that's okay.
Yeah, you guys don't want to listen to me anyways. I was just yakking on about in that little guard shack they had a cell phone booster, the same one I have. And when we were up on the scale, we must have been hopping on it because as soon as I pulled away from the scale, I lost signal. As soon as I went into the pit, I lost signal. So there's a good chance I did buy a replacement cord that I needed for mine, and I did find all the parts. So I found them today. So I'm going to probably hook up my cell booster tomorrow, and that, you know, that's proof right there that the cell booster would have been able to help with this. So hopefully that means that we're going to get a little bit more stability once I get that mounted in here. I just gotta grab it and get it hooked up tonight. So we're always trying to improve. And then maybe the circle of death won't be a circle of death any longer. We'll be like, oh yeah, we can stream anywhere. Yeah, I forgot I muted the sound. Because when I get on the radio, I gotta tell them certain things that I don't really want to broadcast over YouTube.
At the Gawker guy says, do you have any training on streaming stuff, or is it mostly trial?
No official training. It's all been just, you know, trial and error, basically. You know, figure out what works. I know the cell booster is a great option. It definitely makes a big deal. The cord got damaged on it, and I hadn't gotten around to replacing it, so. And then I was missing a part too that I couldn't seem to buy because they discontinued it, I guess. So yeah. Oh, I need my phone. I need my phone.
At Bright Boyle says, sorry had to turn down a few listening to something else. What are the price of diesel there today?
$6 a gallon.
Watts. At the Gawker guy says, wow, the truck is not electric.
Nope. Truck is not electric. I'm gonna pull up to the next pump because that pump wouldn't let me pay at the pump.
Oil says, dang.
Yeah. See if this pump works any better.
Super Salty says, channel just went downhill. At Bright Boyle says, now we know why Trump wants Alberta.
It's really sad thing is on Friday there was a
Yeah, that price of fuel could definitely scare some people off, Salty LOL.
yeah, there was a place that was $4.99 that we passed on Friday, and I should have turned around and filled up there, but I had the trailer and all that. Then it was $5.79 in Manitowoc. And then somebody told me, wait till Monday, fuel will probably go down. I guess it didn't work out that way.
At the Gawker guy says, I am paying $0.609 for regular gas. At Partabanza says, hey all. At Bright Boyle says, we're around the same price, about $8 Canadian a gallon here right now, which is about $6 US. Howdy party. At the Gawker guy says, 6.09. Frey says, hey at Partabanza. Super Salty says, guess I will stream. BBL. At the Gawker guy says, people on the street will clean your windshield here for a donation, Eric.
Yeah, we don't have that here. So I gotta clean it. Where's that? I did okay. I see a little spot. It's hard when the bugs dry on and die. You gotta rehydrate them. So we've already put 175 in. That's when the pump shuts off. And I've turned the pump on again. We're already at 115 more. So this is going to be over 300 bucks.
At Partabanza says, hey, good morning at Fry TV. Hey, good morning at Bright Boil.
Hey Bonza, welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat.
At the Gawker guy says, trial and error on bug removal.
So we're almost back to the $175 cutoff of the pump again. So this will be 2 times I've hit 175 filling this truck. It used to be this truck cost about 230, 240 to fill. And I'm not even empty. I'm at, I was at a quarter tank of fuel. For $175, I'm only getting 29.17 gallons. And I've got a 100-gallon tank. So now we're on
At the Gawker guy says, is this your truck?
No, I'm a company driver. I used to have my own dump truck. I've been considering getting one. I mean, I would stay working here and I'd hire a driver to drive it.
At Bright Boil says, wow, his backup alarm is really loud, lol.
Yeah, it is. All right, I'm going to go inside, wash my hands, grab a couple hot dogs, and I'll be right back. Yeah, so I took an additional $51. So, what was it? 2 times at 175 and then 51 to finally fill it up, and it wasn't even empty. I'm back. So I'm really disappointed they don't have any hot dogs in frickin' stock. But this location never has hot dogs in stock. It's like they're supposed to, but they choose never to have them. So it's very annoying. So I got some taquitos and chicken roll-up thingy. Because unfortunately I needed to eat something. So definitely not what I had in mind. A couple of hot dogs would have hit the spot. I made a big stink about it this time. I'm usually just like, I just don't care. I talked to a manager a while ago, and it's because he's like, well, we throw so many of them away, and it's like, yeah, but that's, you know, I understand that, but you still got to keep up on it.
The Gawker guy says, well, time to get to loading for swap meet sales. Enjoyed all this and thank you all. Will work on my morning hookups here. Thanks, Eric.
Okay, take care. Thank you for stopping in. I just want to double check I put my gas cap back on. I'm pretty sure I did.
Bright Royal says, cheers, Packard. And Brett Royal says, like, subscribe, share.
Yes, sir, Bobby. That breaded chicken finger thing. I guess I didn't realize. I thought it was a different one. That thing's spicy. I guess I could keep going this way. This doesn't have as bad of buffer spots to go to the asphalt plant. Oh, no, never mind. I think I already said that. You know, I just thought about it. I could have picked up some Velcro tape from the Ace Hardware right over by Quick Trip. And we back. Oh. Yeah, I was half tempted to throw the Wii Boost in here. I've got the really heavy duty one with an amplifier about yay big, you know. But I had the smaller car one, and that was complete. And I literally found it today, and I was just like, I'm not gonna have time to screw with it and hook it up and whatever. So I just left it in my car. And here we're on a job where it's like I got forever and a day to sit here and do this stuff because they're just taking their sweet time. So I could have actually sat here and hooked it all up. Would have had time. Oh well, lesson learned. That Jeep's actually in pretty good shape for being from Wisconsin vehicle. Usually those things are rotted out by now.
been having such good weather the past little bit. We're supposed to get up to 80 this week. Adstream Lev says, 3x combo.
Yeah, I mean it's 80. I can't be right. The truck thinks it's 88 degrees, but it's not accurate unless you're moving.
Hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Alright, cool beans, Fry.
Okay, I set you up a streaming server that we can turn the volume down.
I appreciate it, Fry. Okay, excellent.
Frey says, it's the same link, you just need to change the port number to 4444.
Okay. Let me figure out where that was. That would be under...
And take off the 5555.
Yeah. Okay, we got her. Let's turn on Tricks FM.
Frey says, I had to do some tricky shit to make it work. Now would you pay?
Yeah. Well, I got it in and I turned it on and I'm not getting anything out. Wait.
And I can turn it down or up, whatever you need.
Well, I'd say turn it up and then we'll just we'll work it out, because I don't know, I clicked it and I'm not hearing anything. So Tricks
Frey says, 10-4.
Yeah, it's all set up. It should be playing right now. It's not.
I will turn it all the way up just for a test.
Okay. Sure you got your ports unblocked?
Fry says, yes.
Gotcha, gotcha.
It works on my cell phone.
Is there anything that's supposed to be there after the 444? Like anything else?
Hit MRB. I will DM you a link to test. Yes. Sending that.
Okay.
I'm messing her.
Yep. Okay. Okay, it's set up, still not getting anything. Yeah, it doesn't work in Moblin though. Oh, did I? No. No, that's right. No. MP3. Try that. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I think I know what the problem is. We're not on the back camera, and I think it's only shared to the back camera. So I gotta go to IP cam, add widget, Tricks FM. I forgot that we're not on the main camera. Let me try changing back to that P. That other thing. There, I think where she's connecting. Or she's trying to. It tries to load up and then it counts up to 100% and stops. Let me try MP3 again. Yeah, it loads up. It sits here and it loads up. Says the radio name. I watch the buffer fill. When it gets to 100, it just stops, and then it goes away. Yeah, I don't know. I can't do a voice message right now without muting the stream. Yeah, I can see it on the tablet with a browser. Oh, see, it's telling me to go to a different link altogether than the one you originally gave me. The link it's telling me to go to, and I'm not going to say the whole thing, is the the same as the radio station, but with an S. That's the link it's telling me to go to.
No audio on the stream.
The mic died. You guys should have some audio now, yeah.
Troy says, okay, it's back.
Yeah. I had to switch mics. Had to switch microphones. Yeah, so it seems like that one link that you gave me is just downloading the file, because I see it fill up and then whatever, and then it just stops when it hits 100%. And then even on the tablet, I go to the web page that pops up when I go to the address that you gave me, and I click listen, and it tries to download that file. So you guys enjoying this second camera angle?
At Partagonza says, yeah, it's good.
I think I need a new TTS voice.
At night it says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
That voice just doesn't seem like it pronounces stuff correctly.
This is your chat speaking. Listen carefully. This is your chat speaking. Listen carefully.
This is your
Fly
chat
says,
speaking.
okay, let me
Listen
see
carefully.
Icecast set up the Icecast server.
Okay.
This is your chat speaking. Listen carefully.
This is your chat speaking. Listen carefully.
This is your chat speaking. Listen carefully.
And we'll rock that one for a little bit. We'll see how that voice pronounces words a little bit better or not.
Eric says, let me see if I cast setup IceCast server testing 1, 2, 3.
It's a lot louder voice. Definitely a lot more noticeable. Yeah, basically, Fry, it's probably got to be able to be played in a web browser without, like, the most generic web browser. Would be my guess. I don't know. I'm not sure how, you know, whatever you had on your other station worked perfectly fine. Oh, you wanted me to... I forgot you wanted me to test 555. Let me do that real quick. See if that still worked. I'm pretty confident it will. Ah, shit. Now I gotta sit here and I gotta... There it is.
Genuinely kind.
Oh, yeah.
Without any thought.
Yeah, 555 still works.
Fry says, cool.
That's a lot louder voice.
Thanks. Fry says, I will set up a new system later.
Hi, Fry. No big deal. I suppose technically I could do it at my house too. That way I could control the volume. Because now that I'm not... The problem was I was using it for TTS. And I couldn't control...
Fry says, have to use a different encoder.
Yeah.
Looks like it will not play MP3 stream.
Yeah. Well, what are you using on the...
Sweet says, hi Eric, checking in. I'm in the kitchen cooking veg soup. I'll keep the tab running for watch hours. I'll check back. Much loves for a blessed day. Bye for now.
Cool beans, thanks for showing up, sweets. Yeah, my scheduling thing kind of got screwed up, so...
Hiya at Fry TV. Fry says, hey at Sweets things. At Frank Vaderville 9975 says, hello man, what is your favorite color?
Black, green. I mean...
Fry says, it's an ACC plus encoder on the 5555.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that works. Alright. Time to go and go back to this. We are moving. We're back to rolling. I guess we're still laying this today. I felt like it was getting kind of late. But the boss says we're still going to be laying this, so...
Frank Vaderville 9975 says, what do you like most about trucking?
I don't know if I love trucking. I mean, I do it because it pays well, you know, at my job. I think honestly, if I could prove, or if I could learn a little bit more about IT, I definitely would do more of that. I enjoy IT. at that point in my life where it's like it's a little late to restart, whatnot. I suppose when I was probably in my 20s, I should have grabbed on to doing the IT stuff a little bit more aggressively. But yeah, thank you.
At Frank Vanderbilt 9975 says, does seem nice to see the country.
Yeah, we've been trying to. We've been doing pretty good with the stream. It's just this area is just a really bad, like, Bermuda Triangle for Wi-Fi or cell service. So it's been a little hit or miss today. Tomorrow I'm going to be installing a WeBoost, which is a cell phone amplifier that probably would help in this area. I just didn't have time to do it today. But had I had that with me, we'd probably be even more stable. But yeah, pretty much everywhere else in the state, we've been fine. We've had a really good connection. Alright, catch you later, Fry. Thank you.
Fry says, need to get ready for work. Be back in about 30 minutes later. All.
I gotta learn to ignore the tablet with the chat on it, because here I am, I'm responding before TTS even reads off the message, which is hilarious. The whole point of having the TTS is so I can listen to the messages without having to look at them. So I gotta focus on doing that.
Frank Vanderbilt 9975 says, follow your IT dreams, man. Never too late to learn.
I don't know. I mean, I know a lot. I mean, if you ask Fry, he left just a little while ago. You know, the amount of stuff. I mean, alright, so for an example, you know, we're running 3 cellular connections bonded over a network through another service that recombines the data, and then we're connected to a computer at my house, which then is sitting here and rebroadcasting this out to YouTube. So, I mean, there's a lot of...
At Party Bonza says, what did you guys do with all that extra asphalt the other day?
We just dumped it. It just went in the garbage. He needs to level this better. I don't like dumping with the truck leaning to the side too much, because all it takes is one chunk to get stuck in the box or do something stupid, and then the truck wants to flip over. So yeah, no, we threw it away.
At Party Bonza says, wow.
Yeah, sometimes it goes like that. But in actuality, I think when I went to the dump, I showed it on screen. There really wasn't that much left over. It was only maybe a ton or so. So surprisingly, it was a good thing that we ended up getting more extra than we were supposed to. Because had we gotten what the boss originally had quoted for, we would have definitely had too much. Or not enough. We wouldn't have had enough. Let me check something real quick. I'll be right back. We're back. Alright, we're going to take the route to the asphalt plant that doesn't involve going through the major dead zones. It's a little, you know, it's a little farther mileage, but it is more mileage, but I think it's a little faster because the freeway speeds are a little faster. But I think the cell service will stay up a little bit better. So tonight I'll get the antenna mounted for the Wii Boost, and then I just got to bring a cable from home that I ordered and hook that up in the morning, and then we should have a Wii Boost in here, which in theory should help. I mean, when we were in the convoy, and you guys were watching me, we were using the Wii Boost, and it did a really good job of keeping the stream up on one cell phone with one cell connection. So, you know, now that we got three, and we'll have one of them on a Wii Boost, hopefully that'll make a big difference. We learn as we go. We learn as we go.
Telescope Production Services says, freedom.
Hey, Telescope. I'm gonna change your name real quick. I'm gonna give you a nickname. There we go. There you go. Now we don't have to listen to that long name.
At Brett Boyle says, how free you think you are with your APAC-controlled politicians, Tella?
I just changed it to telescope, that's all.
Be nice, LOL.
I just shortened it so we didn't have to listen to the long telescope production services, you know. And it's just, now it'll just say telescope says. It's good to see you. Thank you for stopping in.
Telescope says, we would be more free with BB in jail.
Isn't that nice not having to have TTS there read out your entire name?
Brett Boyle says, it's way beyond nutty Yahoo. He's just one piece. That's like saying the US empire will fall once Trump is gone. It's just not true, as someone else will fill the role. Nightbot says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Today, telescope. Anything fun and interesting?
Brett Boyle says, it's not left versus right, it's the Epstein class versus the rest of us. Telescope says, usual, errands, lunch at a diner, waiting for my fiancé to get home. Brett has finally became woke. Telescope says, the trolls have never understood class consciousness. Brett Boyle says, been calling out what's really happening for multiple decades. There are reasons I don't do the left-right nonsense meant to divide the people against each other while the ruling class controls both. Telescope says, I would suggest we're watching Eyes Wide Shut, Brett.
Hey, what's up? You have to hold, I think it's like the number 1 button. And then you press, on the other stick, there's going to be like 3 and 2. One of those buttons will say while you're holding the other one. I believe that's what it was. So the number 1 button should be on your right hand, and then the 2 and 3 should be on your left. Alright, cool beans. Alright, bye. Tech support.
Brett Boyle says, I actually just did a couple weeks ago. Definitely hits different now.
So one of my ex-coworkers that works for the father.
Super Salty says, you're definitely against conservatives.
Called me up to ask about how to use one of their pieces of equipment.
Telescope says, it does. I got a copy during the Criterion sale. It wasn't fully finished and I believe that Kubrick was unalived over it.
But yeah, the wind's blowing this truck all over the place. I'm gonna run into Ace Hardware real quick and get some Velcro, so that way we can mount that secondary camera. Sitting at the job site, I don't have to prop it up all funny. Alright, I will be right back, guys.
Telescope says, Criterion didn't even get the deleted scenes.
Alright, you guys have fun with TTS. I'll be right back. Take that with me.
Brett Boyle says, why is it so difficult a concept to grasp and understand that supporting either liberals or conservatives is literally helping the establishment? I don't get how people can't see it, lol.
Alright, so we got Velcro. So next time we stop and I get a chance to put up the camera again, the second camera, we can Velcro it in place. So that's good.
You're also defending very evil people at the same time. Be brave, not a coward, and stand up for common sense, not people that are crazy and...
Sorry, the TTS always cuts out when I sit here and I turn the truck on or off. So I didn't know a message was coming in. Is definitely hotter volume than the other one. I'm gonna have to pull over for a second and figure out what's going on here.
Brett Boyle says, no, that's you defending evil people like Trump, Miriam Adelson, Pete Hegseth, and the rest of the Epstein Rothschild lackeys. Liberals like AOC, Schumer, etc. are evil lackeys too. I don't support any of them.
There we go. That's right. By the way, hey, Super Salty, nice to see you.
At Brett Boyle says, if anything, I'm leaning towards Marjorie Taylor Greene and Ro Khanna teaming up on the Epstein Files release, and possibly teaming up for a new party to combat the Dems and Repub's APAT infiltration.
Yeah, third party would be nice, but unfortunately, they got to build their base. They got to build up, get some seats, whatnot. They keep trying to go after the presidency, and it's like they're not a big enough party yet. They need to work on getting into the House and the Senate.
Brett Boyle says, MTG and Ro Khanna seem to be putting aside red, blue, left, right stuff, for all the correct good reasons. Brett Boyle says, it certainly wouldn't take as long if major big players get involved, and it's an MTG and Ro Khanna and a Tucker Carlson running. Dan Bilzerian is running against Randy Fine in Florida, I believe. Political landscape seems to be shifting. Americans seem to be waking up more, and before Canadians.
Yeah, we've always known the government was just shit. Problem is, we've just all kind of accepted the fact that there's not really much we can do about it, because we know that the government isn't really the government. It's, it's the big corporate interests that run the show. I mean, one of the things that would probably fix the government would be to get rid of donations to the candidates. But then the problem is, then the rich guy would always win, because he could spend more on advertising. So I guess it's a double-edged sword either way you go.
Benjamin Bloom T7G says, hello.
Hello, Benjamin.
At Brett Boyle says, yes, there's a lot that are quite interested in getting the money out of politics, and limits capped without foreign money like APAC having control. We need to do that here in Canada as well.
Yep. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat, Benjamin. We're going to give you a nice little nickname so text-to-speech doesn't run your whole name together. Probably just Benjamin. I guess we could put the Blum thing in too. Just put a space in between it. That way text-to-speech says Benjamin, you know, instead of all that. So the truck, now that we're moving, says it's 78 degrees here, Brett.
At Brett Boyle says, Benjamin. Brett Boyle says, like, subscribe, share.
Yep, like, subscribe, share.
At Nightbit says, hit the like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
You don't see too many motorcycles with sidecars much anymore.
At Brett Boyle says, yeah, we switched weather from last week, LOL. We're supposed to get 2 AF this week though.
Cool beans. Yeah, hopefully this weekend's nice. I've got some projects I gotta get done outside. Been kind of waiting for the weather to get a little nicer. I like that 70 degrees. It's not too hot, not too cold. You can do some labor without sweating your butt off.
Brett Boyle says, there's a sidecar for Harley just listed for sale on Marketplace over the weekend here. Think they said it was from a 2018.
Gotcha. So I asked this question earlier, do you guys like this TTS voice better than the other one that we were running? It seems a little louder to me. Which is not the worst thing in the world, you know, the truck's not the quietest environment.
Brett Boyle says, this voice is better than the previous one.
Gotcha. I'm just trying to find one that doesn't screw up the pronunciation of too much.
Fry says, okay, back.
Welcome back.
Cooking now.
Cool beans.
Brett Boyle says, WB Fry, my turn to head out a bit LOL. I'll leave running but turning down for now.
Go beans, thank you. Yeah, last I checked we're at about 664 watch hours, so still gonna take a few more days.
Fry says, later at Brett Boyle.
We'll eventually get to 3,000 watch hours. This is one of the few asphalt plants we come to where they've got the stairs. Oh, that's too close. They got the stairs on the passenger side, which makes it a little hard to gauge how close you have to be with the truck. To get up there and wash the box. All right. Back. say it's nice that they got their sprayer fixed. This place, it never worked, or if it did work, it worked pretty bad. So that's pretty nice.
At Kara Levenhorn 7027 says, "Hi Eric. Good to see you. Used to follow you WHE.
Well, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Glad to hear.
Silo 1 for Elijah.
10-4, thank you, sir.
But everyone hope everyone is having a good day.
Hey Tara, how you doing?
At Kara Levenhorn 7027 says, "Hi Eric, good to see you. Used to follow you when you did the V."
Yeah.
Tara Cluck says, "Good. Busy with my cook day for meal prep."
So we are carrying a total of 20.5 ton is what we got. And away we go. So supposedly we're going to need 4 loads of asphalt today. We got 2 trucks working. So we're going to have to come back to the asphalt plant at least one more time. So today is going to be a late day. We're probably not going to be done till sometime around 6, I'm guessing. Unless they magically start laying this really quick. I just don't see it happening. Definitely going to bed as soon as I get home. Especially if we got to work at 6 in the morning. Or I mean, especially if I have to get up at 6 in the morning. This person's almost in the freaking gravel. I mean, I get it, it's windy, but man, they were like right up against going into the gravel. Yeah, I'm literally running on about 4 hours of sleep.
Super Salty says, I know that feeling, Eric, but the people leeching off our hard work and taxpayers' money sure don't.
Yeah.
Asphalt patch is done.
Cool beans. Well, I'm doing it to myself because, you know, I'm a perfectionist in an imperfect world. You know, here I am sitting here and I'm trying to get a setup working that really shouldn't work. I mean, knowing the area the way I do, the fact that we're not like losing signal constantly, you know, is a testament to itself. So, you know, I can take some pride in that, but I mean, I want to get it as rock solid as possible. Like I don't have to think about it. I just know that wherever I go, you know, the connection's just going to work. You know, that's what I'm hoping for.
Super Salty says, I work 100 hours every week.
Yeah. The pain of being the boss. You gotta go bid the jobs, you gotta go work the jobs. Everything falls on your shoulders. Been there, done that. I'll take my 40 hours a week for now. Well, I work more than 40, but I sure neck don't work 100, thank God. But that's why you can afford the Hummer and all the fun toys that you have.
Super Salty says, I will let you figure it out, then I will copy.
Let me figure out what. Oh, my setup. I gotcha. Yeah, but you got pretty good cell service. So you don't really need. You don't need this setup. I mean, I'll tell you. I mean.
Super Salty says, yep, I was helping shovel the asphalt.
Yeah. Yeah, I just. There's a lot invested in this. So you got 2 cell phones and a hotspot. Then you've got a tablet that
Super
also...
Salty says, because I'm a perfectionist too, I get too involved often.
Yeah. Then you got a tablet that's got its own cell network. So you got 4 cell networks there, plus my primary phone, but that's my primary phone. So that doesn't really
How
count.
to make her streams awesome.
Yeah. Then you got Bella Box that costs $10 a month. Then you have whatever computer you're going to use at your house. And then if I'm going to put the Wii Boost in, you know, shit, I don't even remember what the Wii Boost costs anymore. That wasn't cheap. Luckily I already have it, so. But I think that thing was probably $300 to $400 at least. You know, oddly enough though, this is the little camera that we're using for when I sit here and I stream the outside content. It's a security camera that actually velcros to the window. I picked it up on the TikTok shop, I think. They sell them on Amazon. They want like, I think like $50 or something like that. I could have swore I picked it up a lot cheaper on the TikTok shop. But it was actually kind of cool because it's got color night vision. And oh my God, does that actually work? It blows my mind how well that color night vision actually works. But yeah, the
Super Salty says, do you still have your drone?
Yep, I still got my drone. Problem is that the drone takes a lot of time to set up. I was considering buying a smaller one because I got a bigger drone. And it's a whole production, unfold the legs, you know, it takes a while to set up. I wouldn't mind getting a little bit smaller drone that I could throw up in the air a little faster. Because I think that's part of why I don't stream or use it as much. Because it's a whole production. And usually by the time I would sit here and use the drone, it's like time to get going. And
Super Salty says, don't you have the DJI-3?
No. I've got the DJI, I think it's the Pro 2 Air or Air 2 Pro or whatever. The 3 came out afterwards. And now you can't buy the damn 3 anymore because it's boycotted, well, except for used. But you can't buy it new anymore because it's gotten boycotted from the United States for some reason. Yeah, I don't know if anybody, but for whatever reason, the DJI drones, they used to sell them over at Best Buy and a whole bunch of places, but yeah, now they got all these weird, it's kind of funny.
Super Salty says, yes, I have the DJI-3.
Yeah, that's a nice one. I was seriously thinking about buying it, but yeah, no, it's crazy because you know, the weird brands that they have over at Best Buy now, it's like, okay, I mean, I usually follow tech pretty good. You know, I know a couple of decent drone makers, and I'm like, I have no idea who these companies are. It's literally like they went on some China app, you know, AliExpress and was like, hey, we need some replacement drones for the DJIs that we don't have.
Super Salty says, you probably can get one off.
Yeah. Or I can get one on Facebook Marketplace used probably. Because people buy them and then they just realize they never use them. But I was thinking about getting one of those ones that's even smaller than the 3. You know, like even just, you know, almost something you could throw almost in your pocket. I mean, granted, the 3 and mine would perform a lot better in wind, so that's where, you know, the smaller you go, the less tolerant they are for high winds. I mean, I could technically get one, probably, you know, contact somebody in Canada. Just like if I buy the new iPhone, I'll probably reach out to somebody I know in Canada and be like, you know, hey, if I buy this phone, will you sit here and ship it down to me? Because the everywhere else in the United States, the iPhone has to have a physical SIM slot. They only removed it from the United States model, which seems really stupid to me that you're going to make 2 versions of the phone when the US market's the only one that you're making that one version for. Everybody else in the world gets a SIM card. So yeah, it just seems kind of stupid to me. They're still not ready to lay. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, and they haven't even laid the first load yet. That's really crazy. We're gonna be here forever. I was hoping at least they were laying already. This is a busy road. Alright, let's see if we can get this Velcro going. Not that there's much to see on that camera anyways, but I don't have a knife on me. Oh well. We'll do some testing with the new camera, see how it looks. Unfortunately, I gotta put it in a certain spot. And I guess I could move it back a little. About as far over as I can move it. See how that works, how that looks. See what the, oh yeah, I gotta fix that. Forgot about that.
Super Salty says, done sweeping, I'm going home.
Yeah, lucky you. Wish I was going home. Side cam looks like. It's still upside down.
Super Salty says, early days don't happen often for me. Super Salty says, weird being upside down.
I think I got it fixed now. It's right side up now. I just had to work on it. So, we got her. Now I just got to put some Velcro on the other side. Yeah, I can't do much about the location, but I mean I can move the window down, which then changes the camera. But I had to put the Velcro. There's kind of like how Ford pickup trucks have that section of window that doesn't actually go into the door. The Volvo has that too, so that's where I put the Velcro, because it's never going to actually go into the door anyways. So
At Night that says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Hey Mater, what's up?
Super Salty says, you fixed it.
Yeah.
At Mater 9779 says, "What's up, guys?"
Oh, we are going to fix that. Mater, that is not an acceptable name. I'm not doing all these numbers. We are just going to do Mater. There we go. Now it's just going to say Mater instead of all those numbers.
Mater says, "Sounds good."
There you go. See? Mater says. But see, the thing is, now I can sit here and I can change it to any nickname. So I can put it Tom Mater. Tom Mater says. Tom Mater says. So how you been? I haven't seen you in a hot minute.
Mater says, "Salty."
I'm wondering if he's going to run over that loot.
Been good.
There's a handle of a loot right there in the bottom corner, bottom left corner. I wonder if he's going to hit that damn thing. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Super Salty says, "Tomato."
Tomato.
Super Salty says, "Mater." Mater says, "Tomato without the toe."
Yeah. Yeah. But
Super Salty says, "Eric, can you change my name to Charlie Kirk?"
I could, but it would be confusing for me.
Super Salty says, you would get used to it.
Yeah.
Please change my name to Charlie Kirk. Fry says, yeah, Mater 9779. Hayat Super Salty 2182.
Well, Super Salty, give it a try.
Mater says, Fry TV. Charlie Kirk says, hey Fry. Charlie Kirk says, Fry, please call me Charlie Kirk from now on. You're awesome, Eric. Wrong face.
Just curious how stable this is going to be. There's nothing really going on. On the main camera.
Mater says, hard to make money sitting still.
I'm making money sitting still. I get paid pretty much, well, I get paid by the day, but yeah. I guess I'm not getting paid by the hour, so. Longer the job takes, the less money I make, I guess.
Charlie Kirk says, would you like T9 debate the stability of your camera, Eric?
I don't know. I mean, it looks like it's pretty good. I can roll the window down, change the angle a little. I guess that gives you a little bit of a backup view. In the bottom mirror like that. Alright, we're gonna go back to the front. Because they're doing stuff again. Well, when
Charlie Kirk says, I think you should just leave it alone if it's working fine.
Well, I meant stability not as in stability for the connection. I was talking about stability as in how much it shook with the engine running and if the picture was getting affected by that. That's what I meant, stability. I was talking about the with it being Velcro to the window, was it shaking? Was the image shaky? I was talking about physical stability.
Charlie Kirk says, I hadn't noticed it was shocking.
Yeah, no, it looked pretty good. I think this will actually work out pretty well. Now I just got to put some Velcro on the other window. But I like the fact that when I switch to it, you guys can see the side mirror
says,
right
I
here.
didn't think you meant mental stability.
Yeah.
I meant shaking.
Ooh, it's starting to rain.
Charlie Kirk says, looking across the street it looks like the road is curved. Is it or is that what the camera does?
It's what the camera does. It's got a fisheye lens. It's technically a security camera, but I bought them because I think I got two for like $50. And I just had them kicking around the house, and I was like, oh, I wonder if I could make this work and Yeah, I could. Yeah, I showed it a little earlier. It's so that's the camera, and it you know, just USB power, but the face has like the grippy part of Velcro, so I just had to put some Velcro on the window, and now I can attach it to the window. And when the window's closed, it really doesn't matter because it's way at the top of the window, so it doesn't really affect me. And I got it in white. I got white Velcro, so it's not quite as noticeable as black Velcro. But I'm going to have to bring a scissors because it's too long.
Charlie Kirk says, I do likeable the camera angles. Put one that looks into the dump bed like Dominique the dump truck driver does.
Maybe, if I can. All depends on, you know, depends on the cameras. I mean, I can't really hardwire too much. If it was my own truck, I could get a lot more crazy. I could literally put some cameras on the mirrors so I could sit here and I could have them pointing back. I mean, I could put one in, you know, inside or viewing the inside of the truck, the dump box. Yeah, I'd have a lot more control if, you know, if I could just
Mater says,
do whatever I wanted.
road work looks like miserable work, especially in the summertime.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Charlie Kirk says, you can see the load dumping on her truck. I totally want that angle on my stream.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm trying to find a camera that has its own battery supply that's going to put out a video feed that I can read into the phone, because that's how this camera works. Is basically it's connected to the Wi-Fi in the truck, and then the phone can access it through the network protocols and grab the video. So if I can find a backup camera for like an RV, I found one like that, but I can't confirm if it's gonna allow me if I have to use an app or if I can just grab the video.
Charlie Kirk says, have you seen Dominique's channel?
No, I haven't. And temporarily, I will mod you so that
Vader
way.
says, will a GoPro work?
Well, GoPros, the batteries don't last very long. That's where the problem comes in. You know, a GoPro sitting there, you know, I'm not going to climb up into the box every 2 seconds to change out the battery. I need it to have a really big battery, so I could sit here and run all day.
Charlie Kirk says, you have to see it.
Yeah. Well, here, I'm going to mod you real quick so you can drop that link, and then I'll take a look. Alright, you're a moderator now, so you can post a link. Alright, I got it. Thank you much, Super Salty.
Charlie Kirk says, check that out. She is definitely an awesome channel to watch.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Oh, she pulls pup trailers. So I wonder where she's from. Holy crap. 131,000 subscribers. That's insane. It helps she's a female too, though. Female.
Charlie Kirk says, she also will respond to you if you have questions. She helped me with my GoPro mic.
Yeah.
Washington.
She doesn't stream for very long, though, at least the ones that are up.
Vader says, she looks good too.
Yeah. All the live streams she leaves up are only like 30 minutes. 30,
Charlie
40
Kirk
minutes.
says, she's awesome. I talk to her all the time.
Does she go live for a long time, or does she just take down her long streams?
She's not bad looking either. She has long streams.
Oh, she must delete them then, though.
She mostly does edited videos.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's a little easier to sit here and put a GoPro up there and and have it just idling, and
Once in a while she does live streams.
yeah. Yeah, if I had a GoPro sitting up in the box or up at the top of the box and I just had it in standby mode, then the battery'd last longer. But I wouldn't be able to live stream with it. So with her making her content the way she does, where she she does edits and splices it all together, she can always just grab that video and put it in. Where for me, I'm trying to do this all as a live production, so I need enough battery power for that camera to be able to stay on and connected to the network. But yeah, if I just wanted to record, I've got a little remote that it would go into standby mode, and I just press the button and it would start recording, and then when I stop, it would
Charlie Kirk says she flips the camera selections constantly.
Yeah. Well, with 131 viewers, she's probably making some YouTube money to help pay for that setup. I a broke bitch. I'm doing this on the broke bitch budget. I'm trying to make it as cool as I can, as cheaply as I can. No YouTube helping pay for my my stream.
Charlie Kirk says, Eric, she started her channel by working for a trucking company. Now she has 2 trucks of her own.
There you go. Hence why she considering she can drill and cut and mount, flush mount cameras, and yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do when you own the truck. Here I am with Velcro and a security camera. Oh my God. Now the question is she actually flipping the cameras, or does she, being that she's at those kind of numbers, if she's able to have somebody actually run the board, being able to flip cameras for her, so then she can just drive.
Charlie Kirk says, well, she can refine everything while she sits at home on the rainy days.
Yeah. Yeah, oddly enough, like I said, the younger guy.
Nader says, well, you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah. Yeah, so the guy in the black shirt that's been running the paver, that's the actual owner. And
At Nightrit says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, he's a go-getter. I mean, if it's,
Charlie Kirk says, no one helps her, does it all herself.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty cool.
You will get there.
Yeah.
I have thought about getting more serious about streaming, but the company consumes me.
Well, yeah, you're already working 100 hours a week. You know, I mean, how much more? That's the thing about live streaming is you got to find the time that you're available to do it. For me, you know, working so many hours, the only time I'm really available to stream is while I'm at work. You know, so now it's just a matter of making it watchable, getting the internet fast enough, stable enough.
Charlie Kirk says, watch some of her videos. I think you will pick up on some ideas.
Yeah. Yeah, I might reach out to her and ask her what cameras she's using. But my gut tells me she's probably, being that she owns the trucks.
I can only stream when I'm driving this truck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you get a phone mount and you suction cup it to the window of the excavator or something if you're doing excavator work. Or the skidster. You know, most people, when you're doing that kind of work, they don't expect you to really talk to the chat. They just want to watch you running the equipment.
Charlie Kirk says, she definitely uses GoPros.
It's a possibility. I just wonder how she keeps them powered. Because whenever I use a GoPro, man, the battery life just is insane. Is in bad. Insanely bad.
Charlie Kirk says, I set the phone in the windows of the excavators near my feet.
Yeah.
She uses GoPro.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't upgraded my GoPro in a while. I've got kind of an older one, but yeah, the problem I had with GoPros is like they were great for like recording video, you know, if you were just doing something.
She shows he 4 cameras all the time.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm just wondering how she keeps them powered all the time. Maybe. They might have better batteries.
Newer ones probably have better batteries.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't even know what the current GoPro is now.
Charlie Kirk says, I bought the stuff she told me to get, just haven't had time to mount anything.
Yeah.
Mater says, I have a cord that you could plug into a cigarette lighter port.
Okay. And what for the GoPro? Yeah. But what I'm saying is, you said she's got angles on the outside of her truck. So how is she accomplishing those angles, you know, on the outside of her truck without having to power, you know, have those plugged in? That's where my question comes in. Because I know a GoPro will do RTMP, you know, which is not the worst thing in the world.
Charlie Kirk says, yes, multiple cameras.
Yeah. Should have went down around the block. This is definitely a pain.
At Party Bonza says, nice work, it's almost done.
Oh God, we're going over the other spot. So I turned around for nothing. This sucks. No, this is just, we're doing 2 layers. That's just 1 layer. We've learned over the years that if you do 2 layers and you pack it down individually, it holds up a lot better. So yeah, we're doing a 2-layer setup.
At Party Bonza says, oh.
Yeah. So that's just the first layer. Like I said, my boss really does care about the quality of work he's putting out. So he's definitely he definitely puts his effort into making the asphalt look as good as he can. So I'll give him a lot of credit on that. See, the security camera's working. Isn't that nice having a second camera?
Charlie Kirk says, Itchy Boots uses lots of cameras. On a motorcycle.
Yeah. GoPro used to sell these little cubes that were cameras. They used to have these little cubes that they had that were cameras that I thought would work out well. I don't know if they still make them anymore, because then you could Velcro those to just like a 10,000 milliamp battery pack, and then Velcro some magnets to the bottom of the battery pack. And
Charlie Kirk says, check that out too, Eric.
Itchy boots. Yeah.
Charlie Kirk says, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see. You can see how much drop of the concrete there is. I mean, that's a good like 6-inch drop. So we're doing 2 layers of 3 inches at least. The vibration of the truck makes the camera oscillate when I'm at idle. I just noticed. That's kind of weird. But if I kick it just a hair off idle, then the oscillation goes away. Oh well, that's weird. See, my boss is a lot like you. They're super salty. He runs everything. He's on a roller, he runs the paver, he goes and bids the jobs. Yeah.
Vader says, looks like it was breathing.
Yeah, it's just absorbing the vibration from the window, I guess. Turn the truck off for a few minutes. Oh shit. Thanks for dropping the link, Brett. You just like looking at all the female streamers. That's what it is. You're gonna lose me all my the whole whopping 15 people that are watching me. They're gonna go look at all these female streamers. me.
At Party Bonza says, my best friend drove an old dump truck and this Wayne County job they fired him because his
works
truck
fine.
didn't have the newer bed style that
Now
hooked
turn it
up
down
to the
just a little
theater.
bit. Yeah, now turn it down a bit, Fry.
Don't wanna see you around. And seeing you just brings me down. I'm tired of feeling so low. Being the man that I am.
That's probably pretty
At Party
good.
Bonza says, it was pretty funny he drove back to his boss and said they told me not to come back, LOL.
I'm gonna take my time. Let these wounds heal on my heart. I wanna taste love, never feel like. I wanna break free. Gotta be in your down. Gotta be there. Feel when I
Yeah, probably about.
Fry says,
No.
so that is good.
It is once TTS kicks in, so turn it down some more. The radio maxes out at about 40, and I'm having to turn it down to about 32. I thought you had turned it down. I didn't realize it was TTS.
Fry says, LOL.
Yeah, whatever the volume is that when TTS takes over is when it sounds good.
I have it seeing all the way down, so I have to add a mixer.
Gotcha. My boss wants me to do the impossible. I can't hear TTS, and I can't turn off Fry Radio right now. Alright, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Oh, let me turn off Tricks FM. But at least it's working now. That's good. Hello, Benjamin. How you doing?
Fry says, so you still need Tricks FM to have a lower volume.
Yeah, substantially lower.
I have a pad I can put in line that I made.
Okay.
Just need to find it. (10-4) I will look for the pad.
Okay. I'll move that cone for you a little. It doesn't need to be that close. Technically, this has already been rolled, so you could actually drive on the asphalt. Oh, yeah, this stuff ain't going anywhere. This is all been rolled. It's set up. So I appreciate it. That's just the base coat. When we put the finish coat on, that's when it'll matter. Have a great day. Oh. This thing's gonna dive right into the gravel as soon as he comes off that curb. Especially if he doesn't put the screen down. Watch this. Put the screen down. Oh boy. Bam. It's almost like somebody predicted that happening. Hi, Fry. I'll turn it
Fry
on.
says, okay, I am ready to test and tune if you want.
Yeah, I would. I'd try about half volume or 3/4 to start off with. Lower. Okay.
Fry says, it's a 10 right.
That's 10. Okay. I mean, how does it sound on the stream?
Out of
TTS?
100.
Yeah.
I can go lower.
Well, let me. Oh yeah, go lower. Every time you hit TTS, it automatically mutes. I gotta go figure out what one of the Mexicans wants. Alright, hold on. He wants me to dump someplace, I guess? I don't know. This guy's gonna be right in my fucking way. Oh, they're sending me to the asphalt plant to get my second load, so they're having me dump on the ground. That's what we're doing. Because we don't have enough. The asphalt plant's going to close soon. That's why. Okay. I was like, why is he sending me over here to dump? I'll turn on Tricks FM in a few minutes, but I turned it down considerably more. Problem is every time TTS kicks in, it lowers the volume to like the perfect volume. So I don't know what TTS is set at. So I'm like, oh, that sounds good, but then all of a sudden TTS lets go of the thing, and then it's like super loud still. So I'd go like drastically quieter. Alright, we're gonna turn it back on. Let me set our camera back to straight. Alright. Let's go get some asphalt. Alright.
Virus and threat protection, manage settings, add or remove exclusions. Add these two folders as exclusions. Your entire Pinocchio folder, your Python
folder. Fro says, like I said it.
Hello. That's what I figured. You had me dump on the ground to go pick up a load before they close. So yeah, I'm headed over there. Bye. Alright, sorry I had to pick up from my boss.
It is an AI song.
Yeah, I gotta turn it down more.
Fry says, okay, now that's at 1 now.
That
Doesn't sound like it
is
makes any difference.
abundance.
It's still really loud in the truck.
You see? You see? That is abundance. You see, gratitude is not simply saying thank you for things. It is the recognition that you already have everything.
Fry says, you must be on the 5,555 link.
You're not lacking.
Take a look.
And if you're not lacking, you are no longer chasing. In that moment, you vibrate at the frequency of abundance.
Yeah, I forgot that you asked me to test
The
that.
universe doesn't speak in language. It speaks
see if,
in resonance.
Get the other one even lower.
Gratitude. Gratitude is the song of alignment.
See if this even loads for me.
Fry says, we can do this later.
Yeah, we may have to, because that's not loading.
So you are not late.
Yeah. I just had to adjust the 444 thing. Yeah, it doesn't work. I didn't realize I hadn't changed out the 555. I don't know. I'll probably just set it up at my house. I can pull the 555. I think I had it working with icy cast or whatever, and it was icy cast going out to, what was it going out to? It was going out to that D-Box or whatever it was called, because that itself had a volume slider that I was able to adjust the output. Now that I'm not trying to use it for TTS and radio, I can just set it up for radio. That would be perfect. Oh, I got... Forgot to put my mic on. You guys probably can still hear me. I probably just sounded far away.
Trey says, now I can hear you.
Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, I forgot my little necklace that's got the puck that I can just take it on and off. So unfortunately there's a little magnet that I gotta clip on.
At night that says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
Oh, I was saying it's too bad you don't have an Apple phone so that you could
Trey says,
test
what
Moblin.
did you say about Moblin?
Because then you can try all this on your end and be like, oh yeah, it works in Moblin. I know where there's perfectly good iPhone 8 Plus.
Trey says, yes, I know, jackass.
Yeah.
LOL.
This guy, all the technology and, you know, and testing and all that stuff. You'd think he'd just have one laying around. I mean, I've got like 3 or 4. Just like I've got 3 or 4 Androids. You know, I don't know, this testing skill of yours, I don't know, it's pretty lacking there, buddy. You're missing crucial equipment. Doesn't matter if you hate iPhone, if you're going to be working with stuff that has to work on iPhone.
Trey says, I hate iPhone.
Yeah. But you're definitely thirsty to get one right now.
Cost too much, ass nut.
Yeah.
Fuck this, I am done.
I know. Yeah, but you also want to test out that.
I am just so I can help.
Yeah, I know. But you also want one so that you can sit here and test out Moblin. Because it definitely seems to be far superior than IRL Pro.
Richard Bishop says, good afternoon, Eric sir, how are you doing today?
Not bad. I mean, stream's been staying up okay, I guess, being that we're riding the border of that dead zone that we hate so much. It's going to be a long day because he's got to lay everything that we put asphalt on, we're putting a second layer on. So I'm going back to get a second load of asphalt. So this is going to be definitely a very long day. But otherwise, everything's going pretty good. Got some new cameras in the truck, so I've been able to show off a few different angles. That's that was the father-in-law's company's truck that just went by. So I've been able to show off a few different camera angles while we've been sitting watching the guys lay the asphalt. So it's cool. It's good, it's good, it's good. Yeah. So Fry, what app are you using to broadcast out to the web on the 5555? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, I'm definitely tired. There's stuff I want to get done, like I want to install the WeBoost tomorrow, or today, so that I have it for tomorrow, because I really think that that's gonna, on top of everything that I've already got going, I think that in itself will make a huge difference on stability of the stream and quality of the stream.
Fry says, it's my Radio Boss software.
Oh, it's called Radio Boss? I mean, is that what it's actually called, is Radio Boss? Plus, I was working on a project so I could sit here and I could restream, or I could stream to Twitch, Kick, Facebook,
Fry says, yes.
And Rumble. And I need to do some tweaking on that tonight if I wanted to be able to do that tomorrow. Luckily for you guys, I consider and I can keep this connection just the way it is. And I can just factoid for Fry. So I guess one of the advantages of BellaBox Cloud, which is a disadvantage, is because it's a server that you have to have like OBS or Restream or the Restreamer app that I have go and actually ask for the video versus BellaBox actually sending it, is that I can pull multiple streams off of it. So I can pull the stream for OBS, and then I can pull a second stream off of BellaBox Cloud for Restreamer. And seeing how they're kind of, I don't have a presence on Kick or Twitch or whatever. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. You know, so I consider I can have one stream going out to that and have that running as a test in the background, and then I can have this stay exactly the way it is without having to change a whole bunch of stuff, because I can just pull another feed off of BellaBox Cloud. Where if it was sending it, probably send it out. You know, wouldn't send out two outputs.
Fry says, 10-4 that will be good for testing a tuning.
Yeah. It's just disappointing. It's just disappointing that Rumble, for some reason, doesn't like the audio. I don't know if it's because I'm sending out at 25 frames per second instead of 30. I was trying to lower the bandwidth envelope a little bit, because most people can't really designate between 25 and 30 anyways. I think most of your TV stuff is streamed at 25.
Richard Bishop says, do they have any Radio Shack stores left in Wisconsin?
The last one I knew was in Wisconsin Dells. I'm not sure if it's still open, but they said they were going to stay open. We had two around here. We had one in Plymouth that was also a cell phone store. So they were, I gotta remember not to talk so loud because I don't have to. So they were primarily a cell phone and security system company. So having the Radio Shack stuff there was really not, it just filled up the front of the store. You know, so it was like, oh, okay, cool. You know, no big deal. But yeah, they closed that one down, and then we had one out in just past Kiel. I can't remember the name of the town right off the top of my head. I always screw it up. But yeah, it was just past Kiel, in a little shopping mall. It was actually part of a bigger bigger store, like I think it was like a True Value or something, and they just had this small section of the store that had like a Radio Shack in it, but they closed that down too. So I loved Radio Shack. I can't tell you how many times I was working on a project and I needed a good switch or needed some capacitors, or it was definitely nice, you know, being a tinkerer, to have, you know, I mean, you can order everything online, but when you're in the middle of a project and you're like, I just need this, you know.
Richard Bishop says, 10-4 Roger this, or thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess somebody could probably Google whether or not there's still the Radio Shack store in the Wisconsin Dells. Is this a little bit better with me not trying to yell? There's just so much ambient noise for me. I feel like I need to speak louder. So this is just my normal speaking voice. When you see the pink hair, you know she's trouble. Yeah, I just got to get out of the habit of trying to
Fry says,
yell.
yes, but good.
Because I feel like I got to talk over the noise, but I forget that the microphone's literally like right here next to my, you know, next to my throat, for Christ's sake.
Richard Bishop says, you're okay, no problem on my end, Eric.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like I might need a new driver wiper. That doesn't seem to be doing squat. At least right in my view
Fry
range.
says, pink, green, or blue hair on the nose ring is also bad. At our SOI7 says, watching from the Philippines.
Well, thank you. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. Do you have a RS? Do you have a nickname that you like to go by? I have the ability to change your name so that when the talk-to-speech announces your message, it can be any name you want. Bob. Gotta be.
At our SOI7 it says, Bob.
Okay. I mean, I guess we could do Bob. You want to differentiate it? You got like a nickname? Like Bobarini. I don't know. I'll put Bob in there. If you can think of anything else, I can always change it. I'll do that as soon as we get to the asphalt plant. So how you doing, Bob? How you enjoying the Philippines? Then I guess the next question is, are you Filipina? Well, no, Filipina's female. I'm not sure what the male term is for Philippine person. Or are you an American, or just curious? I've been thinking about coming and visiting the Philippines.
At our SO7 it says, affordable.
Yeah. Yep, Philippines is, except if you're buying things like electronics, you know, high-end electronics, cars, you're still paying a big ticket price from what I hear over there. It's food.
Been here since 2017.
Yeah. From California, gotcha. Yeah, the food's cheap, it sounds like. The
From California.
The housing is cheap. Just like if you try to go buy like an iPhone.
77 years old.
Gotcha. But if you try to go buy something like an iPhone 17, you're still paying big money. Or am I wrong? So what time is it over there in the Philippines right now? Just curious.
Trey says, what about the ladies?
77, living in the Philippines since 2017. I'm pretty sure he got himself a lady. Yeah. I don't know if TTS is going to pick that one up, but it said, or he said, married a slender Filipino woman, or widow, sorry. Of course it's a woman. Widow. Yeah, every once in a while TTS, if it just doesn't pick up the signal because I'm going through a bad area or something or whatever, it won't play the message if it didn't see it. It does pretty good though, for the most part. Usually it catches most of the messages. So which town did you end up in?
At our SO7 it says, she already had a house about 50 yards from the sea.
Oh, that's nice.
At Douglas Doggett 7893 says, good evening Eric from Yorktown VA, how has your day been going?
Not too bad. I mean, you know, streaming, we've had a little bit more dead spots than normal because we're right on the edge of a really bad cell area.
At our SO7 it says, life is good, here on the west coast of Cebu.
Yeah, I've heard of Cebu. Yeah. So yeah, no, things have been going all, for the most part, have been going all good. We've tested out some new equipment. We have, I got some smart glasses that have a camera built in, and I was able to add that to the stream. So when I looked around, you could see what I was looking at. A little underwhelmed with that, but I'm stuck with them because there's no return policy. We got a camera I can stick to the window so that when I've got something going on to the side, I can turn that on. You know, overall everything's been going pretty good, except for the fact that now we're driving into a rainstorm as we're about to go pick up asphalt. But this will probably go away pretty quick. I'm running on 4 hours of sleep, and today's going to be a really long day. I'll be surprised if we're done by 7. Yeah, 5:25 already? Yeah. I'll be surprised if we're done by 7.
Asphalt 7 says 6:25 a.m. here.
Gotcha. So you're just getting up. So you're almost, what? It's 5:26 p.m. here. So is that I can't do math right now. Is that 11-hour difference or 13-hour difference? I know it's one of the two. My brain no worky right now. Yeah. Well, welcome to my
RSO7 says Tuesday morning.
Yeah. Welcome to the time machine. You have traveled into the past. You're viewing Monday. We've got future Bob over here. All right, before I hop on the scale real quick, let's fix Bob's name. All right, Bob.
At Douglas Jorget 7893 says it's 6:27 here in Virginia.
Yeah, we're gonna fix Douglas too. We're gonna get it so it doesn't announce all his numbers. Okay, let's see, Douglas. Is this guy really going to take a sample off me? $67,200. that's how you solve that problem. I don't know if he's just messing with it or if he wanted to take a load off me or a sample, but I didn't have time for neither. I was like, I'm outie. I ain't playing that game. Alright, let's finish fixing Doug's name. Okay, Doug. Douglas. L-A-S space D-O-G-G-E-T-T. There you go, Douglas. Now you got your own special name. So TTS doesn't say all those letters afterwards.
At night that says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
So there we go. So Bob has his own name. Douglas has his own name.
Douglas Doggett says, thank you, buddy.
No problem. Now I gotta figure out a nickname for Bob. I guess we'll have to see if he comes around. We'll add something, you know. You know, Bob something. That way, if I get another Bob, I can differentiate him from another Bob. So Bob, what do you do now that you're retired? I mean, you've been there from 2017. You know, how do you fill your day? You know, you said you're retired, so you don't, I don't know if you farm or you got like house plants or got a little garden or... That's a lot of years to just lay on a beach.
Skytrollins 8165 says, "Where are we? I could never done this. The sound of the motor and the micro vibrations put me to sleep."
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty tired today. I was up testing and tuning and trying to get things working better for today way later than I should have done. So I probably went to bed about 1. Actually fell asleep about, I'd say 1:32 maybe, and then got up at 6. All I want to do is go home and go to bed, but we're having a long day. Long work day. And there's stuff I want to do. Fix. Bet you I'm going to have to buy a new spring. Which also means I got to go to a truck stop. Holy crap. Well, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat there, Scott. We're actually heading back to our job site. I don't know, for anybody that hasn't is new to the channel. I work for an asphalt company. We do
Douglas Doggett says, "What time do you usually get off work? 'Cause I know you drive dump truck every day."
Yeah. Usually we like to get off, you know, somewhere in the ballpark of about
At
4 o'clock.
Skytrollins 8165 says, "Howdy from New Mexico."
And there's a guy that knows how to sit here and type in chat. Everything in capitals makes it so much easier to read. But it is nice to have TTS, so I don't really have to read the chat as much. I gotta break the habit of doing that. So yeah, basically around 4 o'clock we like to try to be off. We start at about 8:30, which usually means I'm at the shop at about 7:30 getting into the truck. But since I've been streaming, I need about an extra 15 to 20 minutes to set everything up, because I'm obviously not leaving everything in the truck every night. So usually I'm at the truck 7:10, and I live about half an hour from the shop, so I'm walking out the door, you know, 6:30, 7 o'clock every morning. So we're definitely doing 12 hours already, because we're only, you know, like about 30 minutes away from being, about 15, 20, about 20 minutes away from being 6 o'clock here. So, yep. long day. And normally my go-to is I'll take, there's these 5-hour energy shots. Because I don't really drink coffee. And those seem to perk me up pretty good. But I'm on a diet. So, and I'm doing good on my diet. So I can't really take all the sugar, and if it doesn't have sugar, if it's aftermarket sweeteners, then it's like, well, I'm still on the fence. I don't think that artificial sweeteners are really that good for you. I think if I have a craving for a soda, I'd rather just have one with sugar and call it a day. Probably an undercover cop too. Yeah, so we're probably going to be working even later than 7. And see, I can't be mad at the boss. You know, we ran into, we didn't realize that there was a section of the area that we're working on where there's like 3 or 4 layers of asphalt. So we took out, we took out a layer like that thick, and yeah, pretty close. So then we had to go get stone to fill it in, and just kind of an oopsie. And unfortunately, if the boss orders asphalt and he doesn't pick it up, he still has to pay for the asphalt that he ordered for the day. So yeah, so that sucks. So
Douglas Doggett says, I work at Legacy Marine Boat Marina here in Yorktown, and I'm usually at work by 7:45 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. every day.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the boss would like to sit here and call it and we just finish it up tomorrow, but unfortunately, when you put that order in for asphalt, you're stuck paying for it whether you use it or you don't. So that just adds a huge amount of expense.
Choctaw County says, our way they will not dump the rest. They put it in nearby holes, whether state or county roads.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for the subscription.
Says, Thanks for subscribing, Flash SXN.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, so anybody that that's new to the channel, I'm a pretty techie person. This setup is pretty elaborate to make this all do what it's doing right now in the middle of nowhere. We are literally in the country, middle of nowhere. So I'm very well versed on a lot of different equipment, different electronics, you know, cars, automotive. So those are all topics that you want to turn me into a chatterbox. We can definitely have conversations about that. Computers. I don't know. Those are all good topics if you want to learn about stuff.
At Scoutrollins 8165 says, is this Oklahoma?
That is a negative. This is Wisconsin. We are...
Choctaw County says, Wisconsin.
Yeah, no, we are west of Manitowoc, Wisconsin. Currently going through Kiel, Wisconsin. Holy crap. Can you guys hear everything that rattles in this truck when I hit a good bump? Yeah, it figures.
Choctaw County says, yes, we hear.
Yeah, I should have showed you guys when we had the glasses on. But yeah, that whole foot area where somebody would normally put their legs is nothing but tools. I couldn't carry a passenger even if I wanted to.
Douglas Doggett says, even when you hit a bump or pothole in the road, you can hear everything.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't sure how much we had this turned down or how much filtering it was doing. I am very happy with the audio though. I'm not sure if there's anything more I could really do to make this better.
Choctaw County says, "You not sleepy, are you, Eric?"
I am. I'm very sleepy. Trying to fight it off right now. My bed is definitely calling me. I don't know. I may go in and get an energy drink out of the gas station we're working at. I mean, I don't want to, but I'm gonna probably have to get some type of stimulant in me. I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Fry says, "You need to ship that iPhone 8 out so I can test stuff."
Yeah. Yes, sir, Bobby.
Scartrollins 8165 says, "Play some heavy metal. That'll wake yeah."
Yeah, I can't do that while I'm streaming now. Unfortunately, that's the downside of streaming, is there's no music that's not copyrighted. You know, for the most part, that's, you know, whatever. And then if I blast it, I can't hear you guys when you're talking in the chat. We're almost at a job site. It's gonna pixelize and glitch a little bit here, but once we get back to the job site, we'll be good. It's not that far. To answer that question that was texted to me, I don't have to agree with everybody's opinions. You know, I mean, I take people. that person's never really done me wrong. So, it is what it is. I mean, hell, I let Telescope in my channel. I let Al Munson in here. You know, I don't block them. How many more miles?
Choctaw County says, how many more miles?
Pretty much probably right over this hill. We should be coming into the town. As much as I don't want to do it because of my diet, I'm going to go get something.
At night that says, hit a like, subscribe, hit that bell and share if you're enjoying the content. Thank you.
You tell him, Nightbot. I should nickname Nightbot. I forget what the name of the AI was that was trying to take over the world in the Terminator movies. I forget what it was called off the top of my head. But I should rename
At
Nightbot.
Brainbender's Banter says, hello everyone.
Hello, Brian. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat.
At Scott Rollins 8165 says, what's your favorite band?
Honestly, I don't know. I like a wide variety of music. I mean, right now I'm kind of in a country slash, I guess they call it hip hop, you know, type mode. So that's what I kind of like right now.
At Scott Rollins 8165 says, same here.
Yeah, that's my latest. That's my latest go-to.
Pick her up. Whoa.
Yeah.
At Scott Rollins 8165 says, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah. It's basically, it's country rap in a sense.
Choctaw County says, hello Brian.
Yeah, so basically hip hop is country rap for all intents and purposes. Alright guys, I'm gonna run into the gas station and sell my soul to the devil for some wake up juice. But we'll let you guys kind of watch what's going on over here. That should be a good view for you. And I'll be back. I'll be back. And then you guys can tell me.
At Scott Rollins 8165 says, always on the hunt for new music.
Let's fix Scott's name here. Did I spell it right? Oh, I spelled it wrong. There we go. There you go, Scott. You got a new name. Alright, I'll be right back. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do or I would do while I'm gone.
Scott Rockins says, how dat? Fry says, I am a singer-songwriter and have lots of new stuff on TRIXFM at Scott Rollins 8165. Scott Rockins says, cool. Choctaw County says, at Fry you on internet only? Fry says, TRIXFM is online and I have local low power FM. Choctaw County says, what does low power FM cost to run? Scott Rockins says, I also love new retro wave wallet. Fry says, the transmitter cost over $2,000. It's a 50 FM transmitter. Choctaw County says, that's miles? Fry says, and lots of time LOL tuning the FM antenna. Fry says, Ramsey PX50 FM transmitter. Choctaw County says, I'll move the truck. Fry says, I have lots of them but this one is the best and it's very clean with a SWR meter. Fry says, and did a 4U rack mount with an end connector. Fry says, it is also Part 73 and 74 FCC certified. And Part 15.
Leave it to Glenn to see her park right in front of the camera. Oh well.
Fry says, so it has the FCC ID number, not like the junk on eBay.
Oh, we're talking about CB stuff. I see SWR meter. Gotta go back and take a look at this. Let's see. Always on a hunt for new music. Okay, so that's what triggered Fry. Got it. I'm a singer-songwriter and have lots of new stuff on Trix FM. Cool. Internet only. Uh-huh.
Fry says, talking about FM transmitters.
Yep. I'm going back and catching up on the chat. Cool beans. Well, there we go. I don't know how much of that you guys got to see. It's definitely a kit car. It's one of those convertible top, you know, put on either a Ford Pinto or Volkswagen Beetle chassis. Everybody's pretty much seen them. There turns right there. Long day. It's looking pretty good though. And this is literally in the town he lives in, so everybody's gonna see this job. But we've done work for the guy that owns this place before. We did his house. I mean, that's got to be almost 8 years ago that we did his house. So the asphalt must have held up pretty good that he was willing to hire us to do this. Suppose we could try the glasses again for shits and giggles. So, you know, we're just sitting here. See if they want to connect any easier than last time. Kind of show off the experience. Yeah, I'm reading that text right now that came in. No, I let it just roll off my back. You know, talk your talk, you know what I mean? Not the end of the world. So we'll see if we can get these connected. See if we can get these to stream again. Oh yeah, I need that other battery pack. Where'd that puppy go? There it is. We've discovered that these glasses are pretty much useless without having them plugged into a battery, unfortunately. While they will connect, they won't stay connected long because the Wi-Fi transmitter must just pull way too much power. So and they're very, unfortunately, these are very beta. They're not very, it's kind of hoping they'd be a little bit more, I guess we're up. So I'll have to play with these in just a second. But, yeah, for the price, I thought they were definitely going to be a lot more polished, a lot more of a ready-to-sell item, but the app for it and the whole setup for these glasses is very still in the. I'm the paying beta tester. You know, I've paid to test their product, which sucks. And then Glenn, because the other driver, because he's now empty, he gets to go home. So the reason I put you on that camera is so you guys can kind of look through the mirror to see what's going on behind me, because I don't have a backup camera set up yet, unfortunately. Still trying to figure out which one to get. So yeah, that's why I kind of switched you off to the other camera. I don't know why it keeps disconnecting. Put you guys back to the front camera for now. See if I can get the stupid glasses working. Yeah, so the software is extremely buggy. When I set up a connection to connect to either YouTube, well, no, I can't say about YouTube because I don't think I've streamed directly to it, but when I set up a custom connection to connect to like the phone or to OBS or something like that, for whatever reason, it doesn't save the settings. So every single time I have to delete the connection and reset up the connection every time I want to go live with the glasses, which is very, very annoying. But they are the only glasses that can stream to YouTube, OBS. The Meta glasses can only stream to I think, what is it, Facebook and Twitch, something like that, or just Facebook. I don't know. So they're only a one-trick pony.
Frey says, what about an Apple iPhone 13 128 gigabytes for $220? Is it a good deal? It has a SIM slot.
Well, being that it's a 13, it's going to be, the screen's going to be small. But I mean, as long as you're good with that, you know, if it's a 13 Plus or a 13 Pro Max, that's going to get you to this form factor here. You know, you're going to be talking about real estate wise, it's going to be a substantially, I don't know how great your eyesight is, for me, I need, you know, I'm getting to that point where I'm probably going to have to start wearing reading glasses for reading. But, you know, I just cheat right now by just getting something that's got bigger, a bigger screen. Then the letters aren't quite as small. Okay, so we got the glasses going. The first hurdle is to get the glasses to connect to the phone. That's always the first step, because that's a pain in the ass by itself. Copy. Then we got to make a brand new connection every single time. Okay. It says we're good. So let's see. There we go. So now it's on the microphone for the glasses. So we can rock this for a little bit. Get some POV. Yeah, like I said, I got bags. Unfortunately, a little trash right there. Got nothing but bags of tools there. This is my my streaming setup. So if I'm monitoring the stream, I can do it on here. Otherwise, I can also pop out the chat. And then I just have the chat. Nice and easy. And this is just my normal phone. And then this is how you guys get to come out to the world through this phone. We got an adapter here to a splitter. So this is the microphone jack. This is the microphone jack that sits here and comes to this. Suppose I should probably go back and monitor the screen. Then this is the RF receiver for the wireless mic I normally wear. And then this cord here is TTS. So that goes over here to the aux cord on the radio. And that's how I can hear you guys. So yeah, it's a lot of screwing around. Then we got this phone. So this is the mobile and relay. So this sits here and connects to this through the internet. And so this phone gets to use this phone's data not as a hotspot. It actually sends the data over the Wi-Fi, and then this app sends it out. So as far as the internet provider is concerned, this is not hotspot data. So it's got an unlimited plan, so I'm using the unlimited data on it. So that's how that works. Then we've got the hotspot right over here. So there's the hotspot, and it's hooked up to the external antenna that it's got. So, yeah. This was from the roller bites that I got earlier. So yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? They were supposed to put out 1080p. They lied. We are actually at 1/4. We're at 520p from this view. So we are definitely not getting our 1080p that they said that we should get. The only good thing about these is they came with a charging case. So this actually charges the glasses. And you can see it's battery powered. You know, I don't know. So it's a charging case. Supposedly considering it can record 20-minute videos. We got the, I've got the Rockid, R-O-C-K-I-D glasses. They can't stream to OBS or YouTube or whatever, but they can record for 10 minutes, and I can successfully pull the videos and upload them to YouTube or whatever the case. On those glasses, these, if I've recorded a 20-minute video, and when I try to pull the videos that are stored on the glasses to my phone, the connection crashes, and after so many attempts, it just...
At Collectors 4415 says, "Can I hear the radio?"
Can you hear the radio? What radio? The TTS? Yeah, we've got TTS going right now. So, yeah, we can't play regular radio, because otherwise that'll give us a copyright strike. We're trying to build up our watch hours right now. So we're not trying to do anything that YouTube sits here and takes away watch time for us. But yeah. So this was part of why we had to sit here and we had to get all this audio splitter and go analog into the radio and the wireless mic system. Is because when the glasses connect, they were taking over the stream, and I could only hear TTS. It wasn't playing over the radio. So that's partially why we had to do what we had to do with that. So I don't know. I mean, you guys tell me. What do you think? Was this worth it? Yeah, see, it says we're broadcasting at 960 by 540 at 3 megabits per second, which is 540p which is 1/4 the resolution of 1080p. I do hear a little digital blipping. I don't know if you guys can hear that in the stream, but I definitely hear it. I don't know if it's because I got Trix FM trying to load in the background. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Trix FM was still on. Nope, that wasn't it. So, yeah, unfortunately, when I get out of the truck, if I get too far away from the hotspot, it's like, nope, we're done. I'm trying to have...
You have a good setup, Eric.
Well, thank you. I'm trying to do some unique stuff. Now, you guys are going to get some motion sickness here, because this POV view has no image stabilization. So, you guys pretty much bounce around with me. I'm trying to figure out some type of camera system I can use so that I can live stream what's going on behind me for when I'm backing up to the paver or sitting with the equipment behind me. But I haven't nailed down what kind of camera I need to get and how to keep it powered and how to mount it to the truck, because everything that I do has got to be, it's got to be a setup that can be removed, unfortunately. Like I said, I like the glasses. It's just, it's a little annoying because I think they put the camera in wrong, because right now the screen looks tilted. And I guess I am kind of sitting a little tilted to the truck because I'm on a slope. But to me, it always looks like the video is tilted like this a hair, you know, like that. So I don't know if they put the camera in and didn't get it level with the glasses. So like I said, I'm not sure how well you guys can see the screen, maybe people on computer, but these are the different connections. So we've got about 22% going on cellular, about 18 to 20% on Wi-Fi, which is, so I've got the cellular on AT&T right now, the Wi-Fi is on Verizon, and then the S23 is on AT&T also. So the S23, this phone that was over here, this one, it's doing all the heavy lifting today. It must have a better radio setup than the iPhone. And Verizon pretty much has nothing. This phone here, the physical phone on cellular, I can switch networks between AT&T and T-Mobile. So I've got access to T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. But I did realize when I was out here that T-Mobile just really wasn't doing anything. So I just I switched the phones over to AT&T to kind of share the bandwidth between the two phones. So that's kind of the setup that we have right now. My hopes was, this hotspot that I have over here has got Wi-Fi 7, and I'm on the 2.4 gigahertz network. But I mean, it's in a metal Faraday cage, So as soon as I step out of the truck, unfortunately, I lose reception, which is pretty annoying. I was hoping to be able to, I was really hoping to be able to sit here and get out of the truck and walk around and use these as POV, like if I had to look at something on a piece of equipment. But live streaming it without taking the hotspot out of the truck or something with me, just seems like it's not going to happen. So it is what it is. Hopefully these glasses will get better once some people do some stuff with them, because they are open source, so people can write apps for it and redesign apps, and unlike the Meta glasses where everything's locked in, people could do stuff with these. Nice looking Ford there. I like that off red burgundy color. Dodge has got one I think it looks a little nicer. It's got a little bit more pop to it. So what time is it already? It's already 7 o'clock almost. 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. Oh, man. I just want to go home. But at least the Monster Energy drink is helping to wake me up. That's a good thing. These cheese curds are not fresh. I'm from Wisconsin. I know good cheese curds. Good ones will squeak on your teeth. Yeah, no shit. Oh, that'll be funny. This camera here is actually a security cam. It's made by this company, and it actually has color darkness, so it can be like pitch black outside, and it almost looks like daytime. It's crazy. So I'll have to put a strip of Velcro on the thing and watch it on this screen over here, so that way it looks like daytime. Although being it's a security camera, I don't think it does 30 frames per second. It probably does like 15 or something, because the video doesn't look as smooth. It works. It's better than nothing, but it definitely is not the best. Well, I mean, the sun's still there, so we probably got at least another hour before the sun goes down. So what do you guys think? You guys like this POV? I mean, I know it sucks because I moved my head really quick. It would help. It would help if they would have had more image stabilization.
Choctaw County says, it's likely there.
Yeah.
Barry Dimpling says, G-Day Eric.
Hey Barry, how you doing? Yeah, we gotta fix your name too. I don't think it came up right. Oh no, it says
All
barely.
good here in Australia.
Yep. Yep. Welcome back, Barry. So yeah, we're playing with the glasses that actually have a built-in camera with them. We're just doing a little POV. I'm probably going to do a review video at some point. Overall, I'm a little disappointed. They could have definitely been better. You know, I was really, I was really hoping that they'd be a little bit more polished product. You know, where these really feel like they're still in the beta. You know, they weren't ready for release to the general public. They're still a little too glitchy.
Choctaw County says, how are the curds made? Fried corn batter?
Well, these are just raw curds. These are just raw cheese chunks. Deep fried ones, I'm not sure what they batter them in. I'm talking about just fresh curds. They, you know, when you bite into them and when they're really fresh, they'll squeak against your teeth.
Barry Dimpling says, okay, looks clear at 1080p.
Well, that's not okay. Here's the thing. This phone, I see that we're gonna have a.
Choctaw County says, what cheese? American or cheddar?
It's gonna be a white and yellow cheddar mix that I have on there. This phone here is connected to the two cell phones and the hotspot. It goes through Bella Box Cloud to send all three internet connections out, where Bella Box Cloud connects it back together. Then my computer at home is running OBS, and it's my computer that's sending data to YouTube. So it's always going to say, I could change the resolution to whatever I want, and it's always going to say that I'm broadcasting in 1080p. Even if I'm putting out a crappier resolution from this phone, it's always going to say 1080p because the computer is sending out a 1080p stream no matter what comes in. But yeah, that brand new roller over there,
Choctaw County says, can you zoom the POV?
No, not that I'm aware of. I don't know. Yeah, I wish there was. It's just kind of what it is that, you know, if yeah, I don't know of any settings to I can rotate it. Yeah, there's no setting for zoom. It'd be a digital zoom anyways, even if I could. So unfortunately, no way to zoom it. So yeah, we've had that roller for 3 days, and one of the guys that was helping out from the other crew, his name's Dino. If you guys were here, he was the one with the long gray beard. Looked like he was the Lost ZZ Top singer or member. He's there, and he pulled the stop button and broke it on a brand new machine. All right, looks like we get to go to work. So the battery on the mic died, so I'll have to switch mics in a few minutes. The glass is disconnected on their own. So like I said, they're pretty buggy.
Richard Bishop says, "Hello there, Berries and Kinmate. Just saw a really beautiful rainbow here in Chicago."
Alright, let's switch out Mikey phones. Alright, we should be back. So now we got the better audio. And let's see, turn this off. There we go. So like I said, the glasses have potential, but they're very finicky and problematic. They're not as refined as I would have liked. And then every once in a while they just disconnect for no reason. So that's not a good situation, you know what I mean?
Richard Bishop says, "Just got done with a pretty hefty storm down here."
Yeah. We had a little bit of it roll up here, not too bad. We were just on the edge of it, so it only showered for a couple of minutes and then it was done. So that's good. He's going to end up slamming the paver
Chuck
into the
Talk
ground
Yankee
again.
says, how far is it back to home?
Well, if I was going directly home, it would be about probably 30 some minutes. But I want to go back to my car and get some of the stuff for the WeBoost, because I found out we're going to be working in this area again tomorrow, and I really want to get the WeBoost because that'd be a really good test to see how much improvement the WeBoost is doing. So, you know, I gotta go back to Manitowoc, which is about 25 minutes from here. I gotta do a little bit of setup with the WeBoost, or at least get it in the truck so I can set it up, or make sure I have what I need to set it up. Because then I could always set it up tomorrow. And then it's about 40 minutes from Manitowoc, roughly 40 minutes from Manitowoc to Sheboygan. So yeah. Yeah, even though I'm tired and all I want to do is go home, I want to make the stream better, so you know, I can look at the video tonight and see how the stream was functioning, and by just adding the WeBoost, you know, we'll know tomorrow how much more stable the connection is. So that'll be really nice. That'll be a really nice test to see how much of an improvement that makes, if any. I personally think it will, because I used to use the WeBoost when I was in the convoy, and it made a huge difference. But yeah, that's probably all I'm gonna get accomplished tonight. I'm not gonna screw around with I probably won't screw around with the restreaming stuff to be able to stream to Twitch, Kick, Facebook, and Rumble. I don't know, maybe I will. It won't take that long to do that either. I pretty much have it all set up. I just I kind of broke it today when I was going to turn it on. I hit a wrong button and deleted it, so I literally just have to enter in all the information.
Richard says, Eric, about roughly how long does it take for the asphalt to dry?
You can pretty much drive on it the same day as long as you don't turn your wheels. You don't want to park on it, but I mean, the longer you can let that stuff sit, the better, obviously the better it is. We usually recommend a couple of days, but we've done parking lots and the next day they're sitting here and they're parking on it and they've held up. It really makes a big deal. Really makes a big deal when we do it as 2 layers, like we're doing today.
Fry says, so you have 1 more layer to do.
Well, we're on the 2nd layer. We just don't know if we're going to have enough asphalt right now. That's the situation. So the other...
Richard Bishop says, 10-4 copy that, sir, thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. So the other side of the parking lot, which you guys are going to see, the side we're not working on right now, but you guys will see it in a minute. So that side that's all roped off has already got its 2nd layer, and it looks pretty good. It's looking really good. So we're doing the 2nd layer here. I just wish he would have started towards this side and worked our way over the other way, because if we're going to run out of asphalt, in my opinion, it would have been better to run out of asphalt on the far side where we're working now. Over there, you know, over there, it would have been better to run out of asphalt over there than to run out of asphalt near the pumps. That's my personal opinion. But, you know, hey, what do I know? So this is literally just going to come down to if we've got enough to finish this, but we're doing a job right around the corner, I guess. So worst case scenario, we'll pick up some asphalt here and or pick up some asphalt in the morning and literally finish up whatever we got to do here. Ultimately, you want to do it all in one shot, because the color can look different from day to day. The mix can be a little different every day. It's gonna be a noticeable difference. No matter how good you try to seal the seam and heat it and whatever, but it is what it is. If it starts getting dark, you guys are going to get to see how good the color night vision on this security camera is. I showed it to Fry, and he was pretty amazed. There's no IR blasters, you know. There's no infrared blasters on it to illuminate it, so that how in the heck it sits here in pitch black, it can pull up a color image is just amazing. that's really weird. For the first time all day, Wi-Fi, which is Verizon, is actually pulling its weight. It's been the AT&T phone that's been pretty much doing all the hard work for streaming today. But now the Wi-Fi decided it wants to join the game.
Trey says, yes, that's a good cam.
Yeah. And for a cheap little camera I bought off of TikTok, it's pretty cool. I had to contact the manufacturer to unlock the feature that lets me connect it to my phone the way I do. But pretty much all I had to do is email them, let them know what the email address was for the account that the camera was on. They sent a firmware update to it, and it just unlocked the feature that lets me connect it to my phone. So it's really cool. I'm very happy about it. And I actually have a second one. I've got to go pick it up and get them to unlock the firmware on it. But I actually have two of these cameras. I gotta put some lotion on my hands. I keep peeling skin off of them. My skin's very dry. I got a feeling I've got this spring that, here, I'll do this. So, waiting for the camera to update. So this spring here I need another one. I've got one of those, and I got a feeling that I didn't need the post. I didn't need the post for the way I had the antenna mounted for the Wi-Fi booster. So I got a feeling there was a little stud that screwed into the bottom of that spring, and I got a feeling I don't have that. So I'm probably going to have to go to the truck stop tonight and pick up another one of those springs with the post, so I can screw it into the mirror on the passenger side, so I can mount the cell booster antenna for tomorrow. So as much as I want to go to bed, I'll be lucky if I get home by 10. Then a couple hours. I'll probably be asleep by midnight, maybe. Unless I decide to try to get that restreamer thing working for tomorrow so we can stream to Twitch, Kick, Rumble, Facebook.
At Party Bonsa says, dang long day.
Yep. Yeah, but he'll kick me a little extra cash. I mean, like I said, he pays by the day, but you know, if we go over 8 hours, he always kicks me, you know.
Shrey says, hey at Party Bonsa.
He always kicks me a little extra. Sometimes it's not fair, you know, it's a little under, but the nice thing is too, on days that we get off early, like let's say I only work 5 hours, he'll still pay a full day's wage. So it kind of all evens out in the end.
At Party Bonsa says, hey there at Fry TV.
I could drive the truck home, but all the stuff I need for the Wii Boost is in my car in Manitowoc.
Richard Bishop says, Eric, in the old days we used to say a trucker's work is never done. Haha, LOL.
Yeah. Yeah, so all the stuff I need
Douglas Doggett says, can you drive the truck home tonight?
Yeah. I got to get in the habit of not answering the question before TTS kicks it out. But yeah, I could drive the truck home, but all the stuff I want to use for the the Wii Boost, the cellular booster, is in my car in Manitowoc. I mean, I can go to the car in Manitowoc, get all the stuff, and I could then take the truck home, which is probably what I'll do. Probably what I'll do. It just sucks because my house is that way, Manitowoc's that way, you know. I'm actually a little bit closer to my house than I am to Manitowoc, so it's going to add to my drive a little bit. That's the bad thing. Just more time. But like I said, I really can't pass up the opportunity, seeing how we know how it performed today, to see if it really makes a big difference. Because we pretty much know where all the dead spots are, and we're going to have to go to the asphalt plant, and you know, if we have to get gravel, we got to go to the same places. So, you know, that's why it's kind of crucial to do this, at least for testing purposes. because that's really going to tell me how much more improvement the stability of the stream is. Because the more stable I make it, the better the video stays up, the more people are going to come and want to watch, the more people are going to interact in the chat, the more fun the channel's going to be. Yeah, there's a lot of times I take the truck and trailer home. Especially if we're going out to like Fond du Lac or Appleton. In a sense, it's closer because we got the east side of Wisconsin, and then we've got Lake Winnebago that kind of it's kind of like Lake Michigan in a sense, you know. It's not that far of a drive over to Michigan if you could go straight across the lake. Well, Lake Winnebago's a pretty good sized lake. So you have to go up and around or down and under. And when, you know, Manitowoc, you got the lake about here. Manitowoc's right here, so you either got to go up and over or down and under. Where Sheboygan's about, you know, here, so you're kind of going up and around. So it's actually a little faster to go from my house over to like Appleton, Oshkosh, Fond du Lac. Yeah, I told you guys, you know, anywhere from 2:30 to 6 something to, well, I mean, we're already past 7:38 now. Sometimes it'd be like this. Just sucks that I'm sleep deprived right now. That's what makes it worse. I wouldn't care if I would have gotten a good night's sleep. Hence why my boss pays me so much. Because I don't bitch to him. I mean, I'm explaining stuff to you guys, but I'd never go to him and like, dude, I'm tired, I just gotta go home, blah blah blah. You know,
Richard Bishop says, Eric, I drove a dump truck briefly back in 1985 when I was working day labor until I got my first steady job.
Oh, that's pretty cool. But the question is, did you drive dump truck like my dump truck? You know, here, I'll show you my dump truck real quick. You've probably seen it, but I mean, did you drive a dump truck like this, or did you drive a little single axle, or, you know, because this is a big dump truck. It's the same length as a quad axle. They just didn't move the fuel tank and the emissions stuff to be able to make room to put the other axle in. So that's the only reason it doesn't have 2 lift axles in the center. But it's just as big as a quad.
Richard Bishop says, Eric knows that I drove a tandem rear axle international with an 8-speed gearbox.
Gotcha. Now, was it a synchronized 8 gear like a car, or was it a non-synchronized like this bad boy, where you had to actually match the engine to the road speed? That's the big question.
Richard Bishop says, Eric, it was a manual shift that had to be double clutched.
So that would be a non-synchronized then. Well, that's good. At least it was a real truck.
Choctaw County says, Nea Perdabanza. Richard Bishop says, it was a 4-split 8-speed gearbox.
Oh. I think I know what you're talking about. You're sure you had to double clutch it? Because if it's the one I'm thinking of, it had like a red button that you had to pull to go from low range to high range. There was like a red button next to the stick, or you know, because that should have been like if it had the red button that you had to pull up on, that should have been more like a car transmission. Shouldn't have had to double clutch it.
Richard Bishop says, yes sir, there was a red lever next to the shift. At least I thought it had to be double clutched.
Lost my audio. The receiver was plugged in to a battery pack, but the battery pack turned off when the receiver was full. So I got it fixed. I just noticed that I had no audio for a minute there. Yeah, I think that was more like a standard, like a regular manual car transmission. These, the heavy duty truck transmissions, they don't have synchronizers. I don't double clutch. I float the gears, so I don't even use the clutch when I pull it out of gear. I do what's called rev matching. That's how I shift it. Yeah, we're gonna run right out of asphalt, right where you don't want to run out of asphalt. That's gonna be stupid. But it looks good. It's definitely some good looking asphalt. It's getting cold though too. I mean, the truck says 73, but it's not accurate unless you're moving. I guarantee it's colder than that. What is the temperature right now? 59 degrees. Yeah. The wind's kicking hard and it's getting cold. See a little stutter in the video. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm not going anywhere. The screen's probably gonna go black
Richard
for a second.
Bishop says, my first big truck was a cab over Peterbilt with a 13-speed manual shift that needed to be double clutched.
Oh yeah, that's a real truck. All right, I'm gonna do something here. We're probably gonna have to go to the be right back. I just want to try adjusting something real quick, and I gotta sit here and turn the camera off for a second.
40-foot trailer.
I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back.
Choctaw County says, are you still making grass-fed beef butter and taters?
So I turned on the low light setting that's supposed to help brighten up the screen a little bit. Then I also adjust the frame rate from 25 to 30. So hopefully that
Fry
choppiness
says,
goes
yep,
away.
had some today.
Hopefully that'll happen with some of that, or help with some of that choppiness that was. It comes and it goes. It's really weird. 1 minute the video's kind of got like a stutter, like it's only at 15 frames per second or something, and then it clicks on and it's working fine.
Choctaw County says, what else you cooking?
Yeah, that's some really good looking asphalt. Hi, Richard.
Richard Bishop says, I've got an incoming call. You have a good night, Eric.
Yep, thank you for stopping in. Really do appreciate it.
Choctaw County says, do you all ever have colored asphalt?
No, just black. Because it's the oil. It's the oil that bonds it together that makes it black. So I don't think you could really do, I'm not sure if you could do a color or how you do a color. Because it's the oil and the tar that they add to the asphalt that really makes it black. Because it starts off as just gravel, basically, white stone. It's not like concrete where you could dye it. Be nice if you could.
Choctaw County says, down here they put maroon in it for Mississippi State University.
Oh, is that why? Because I've been, well, St. Louis's asphalt too has a really weird color. It's kind of like a purplish, which is really weird.
Fry says, I mostly just eat taters, eggs, and grass-fed beef Choctaw. Choctaw County says, sweet Idaho.